Good evening and welcome. So, it is blah someday in the middle of the summer vacation. I guess Monday. And I just realized that I thought I'm going on vacation Wednesday morning, and I was thinking like I have plenty of time. I've done good work. I have 2 pre-recorded videos. I have plenty of time to do the last things tomorrow. And then I realized I also have to drop off my cat, and I have to go on a date, and all these trivial things that you just have to do. Valos TV, thank you for the prime, welcome. And yeah, so suddenly I don't have so much time, and I can pack on Wednesday morning. I just hope I don't need to do some laundry then. Yeah, that's kind of. I think sometimes it's, or I remember back when I was busy. Then, and maybe some of you can relate to this, maybe some of you cannot. I remember when I was busy and had like a full-time job, then I could get shit done. Like, it was like, okay, if I leave a little bit early, then I can do this, and then I can go home and I can do this, and on my way I can also just take care of this thing. Now that I'm working from home, it's like, I have to do laundry tomorrow. Well, I can't do more than that then. Maybe record a video, but then that's pushing it. And sometimes I'm really productive, and I do I do lots of stuff, and I go like, holy shit, how did I like end up like doing YouTube videos and recording 2 videos and editing and all that stuff, and I still also did these things, and then I had it out in the evening. It's like, damn, I could be really productive every day if I just put my mind to it. Yeah, but I do think that I like sort of cozying with each episode instead of just kind of racing it out. I'm also looking at like my first episode was just like start, and then I had a countdown that just counted down from 25 minutes, and then the alarm went off and after 25 minutes, and then I stopped the video, and then I uploaded it. No editing, no nothing. It's kind of a lot different now, not that I'm the master of edited content, but things, yeah. Work equal inconvenience, girlfriend equal total time suck. What? Well, it's not my girlfriend I'm going on a date with. That would be weird, wouldn't it? Going on a date with your girlfriend? Crazy. What are you? Once you start the day proper with a task, the day flows better usually. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. It's a good thing. And sometimes I just wake up and go like, yeah, I should record a video today, and then the slow start, watching a bit of YouTube, and sort of end up with the go like, oh shit, well, it's 1 o'clock now, damn. And it's not like I sleep in. I'm up at 7 every day. But, you know, one thing leads to another, and then suddenly it's like, oh, now it's afternoon. Thanks for the awesome content. I have a question about your novice logistics shop. You changed something in the circuit network in the video, and I can't find it now. What did you adjust so mine isn't just filling containers up? Yeah. I hope it is not too big. No, it's kind of what I need. Yeah, red wires. So, in the first iteration of the hub on Novice, I don't have logistics network, so I can't monitor the logistics network to see what I should produce. So I monitor out of all the boxes. That's why I have a red wire from all the boxes leading back as the input of this is how much I have. But when you get logistics, if you read the logistics and you read the boxes, then you're doubling it up. And then either you produce twice as much or something bad happens. So you need to change it so that you read the input from the roboport into that little combinator instead of reading the wire going from all of, it's actually not the red wire, it's the yellow, it's the green wire. It's instead of reading the content of the boxes, you have to disconnect that wire and connect the new wire. So that's why. That's the thing. And there's no way that I can do this without everyone messing it up. And I also had like on Discord, people are like, you really should make a video explaining this. Like, I've made 3 videos explaining it. So if I make a fourth one that just goes like, and in case you didn't watch the other 3 videos, here it is again. I was like, yeah, well, It's also in the description of the blueprint itself, where it says before damping it down, disconnect this wire. Like there's no way I can avoid this. Um, so, and it's a choice that I did. It was like, okay, I could do it another way, but this was kind of, I wanted to do it this way because I thought it was clever, and I knew that it was going to be a little bit too clever for people just stamping down blueprints mindlessly, because you can't just stamp it down on top of each other. And there is no way for me to stamp it down so that it breaks a wire. You can't remove a wire in a blueprint. You can only just add more wires. So there is no way. Living in a country with hospitals are forbidden for the folks is not where I want to live. I don't, so I should not complain. Let's play Factorio. I don't know what that was, but let me dive deep into that. Is that like a stab at when I talked about my friends going to the hospital and you had to get sent to by a doctor? Because that's, I have a tough time seeing that there's not a whole lot of countries that stack off favorably in terms of free healthcare against a country like Denmark. Not a lot of countries. There may be some, maybe Sweden, Norway, Finland, but not a lot of countries. Funny how it's the Nordics. Maybe also some obscure other countries, but yeah. So if that's like your argument for not wanting to live here, that's okay. Well, I'm also happy that you're not living here then, because that really wouldn't make the difference. So sure, and let's play Factorio. I would recommend you check back in half an hour maybe, because then it's more likely they will be playing Factorio then. Can't go to the hospital in your countries, and did you not told us the difficult during midsummer? So finding someone. Did you not? What is this? A cross-examination? Did you not? Did you or did you not? Answer me with a yes or no. Yes, I explained how it works, and it can be a little bit, or it can be a little bit frustrating, but also not particularly efficient use of everyone's time. If everyone goes to a hospital for trivial things, then the hospital system has to be way overscaled, and it's one of the biggest expenses, sort of on a country budget. So wasting hospital time for trivial things is not a great way of spending tax money. So having some kind of scanning, and during your regular doctor's work hours, it seems reasonable that the doctor should be the one directing you to go to the hospital. And during outside, then it's reasonable, I think, that you should sort of call someone to explain what's wrong, and they would go like, yeah, just take some ibuprofen and wait until tomorrow. Or it's like, yep, go there, and it's not just go to the hospital. It's also like, there's a really long waiting list at this hospital. Go to this one if this is the second closest and there's not enough waiting time. So yeah, so that's what I said, and I think that it sucks from an individual user perspective, because when I need to go to hospital, I am the most important person in the world. But you multiply that by 6 million people, and then you have something that has to be designed for a societal level, and then you have to add some friction to it. So because otherwise free stuff means that everyone overuses it, and that is one of the key problems of having free healthcare, is that everyone will use it too much. You can also say in the other instance that people will not use it enough. If you have to pay for it, then you'll just be like, well, I can't afford to take an ambulance, so I just take an Uber. Like, the healthcare in the Netherlands, the system works really well, actually. Looking in, it just looks weird, but the way it is set up keeps healthcare way cheap. Yep. It's kind of like, sort of from a societal perspective, you have to do something to prevent it from being the curse of the commons, which is a very if it's a the Curse of the Commons is a pre-industrial revolution. Cities or towns, in this case, since that's the case where I went, was had like you had your fields and they were on a rotation, but you also had some fields where your cattle could graze, and that was sort of the commons. But the problem is when you have a common field for grazing is that it is in my best interest to use as much as possible of the free resource, because then I get more of the free stuff, because it is a finite resource. And therefore everyone is incentivized to overuse it, and that becomes the curse of the commons. Or in a more modern example, the commons as in the orbits around Earth, and they are not owned by anyone, but they are finite in space. And SpaceX has now filled it up with all their crap. And that de facto actually means that there isn't a whole lot of room up there. Well, there's a lot of room, but not in those sweet orbits. And let's say China wanted to do the same thing, there just wouldn't be room for it. And let's say other countries also wanted to do the same thing, then there just wouldn't be room for it at all. So there is a a curse of having some common good, because it incentivizes everyone to sort of grab it before anyone else does, because everyone has an incentive to do it. And healthcare works the same way. Not that you can steal all the healthcare, but you can certainly use more than your fair share. And it's also something that's really common, where it's like, yeah, fuck it, I pay for it on the taxes. Let me just get checked out, which I think is a, again, societal perspective. I think that's to a certain extent healthy. I think that a lot of things, like in this particular, and Legeka, thank you for the 36 months. In this particular case, there were some people arguing that wasn't necessary, and I was arguing like, yeah, maybe it's not necessary, but I'm not a doctor. I can't tell if it's broken or sprained, or it needs stabilization, or it needs surgery. I don't know that. So let's go to the professionals, and therefore use of the common good, the healthcare. And it actually turns out that it was very good that we went there and found out sort of how to treat it. So how can you use too much healthcare? If you have a heart attack or need a biopsy, you cannot take 3. Just get assigned to what's needed. You can use it by going to the hospital for things that are trivial and you shouldn't go to the hospital for. That's how you overuse a healthcare system, right? Things that are scrapes and scratches, or a lot of other things, or you go like, oh, I asked ChatGPT and it's pretty sure that I have encephalitis or sarcoidosis, or like, so no, you don't. So, and you don't have lupus either, because it's never lupus. So that's how you overuse the healthcare system. Gunther, thank you for the 69. Oh boy.
Welcome home.
Common stems from the egoistic thinking in a capital society. If you don't act selfish, you are at a disadvantage in the economic competition. I mean, I think that it's generally, yeah, in the sense that if you are not egoistic and take your share, someone else will take your share. So you really should just take your share. And it's even better if you take someone else's share as well, because they would do the same thing to you, and then you have the problem. Sort of from an economic utility optimizing perspective. House fan. How do you know? It's never lupus. It is actually, there is an episode where it's lupus, and that's actually kind of funny. Yeah, I kind of remember there was an episode where it was lupus. Yes, it was. There was one. Yeah, hypochondriac plus Google. Yeah, and ChatGPT is also like. I had 2 heart attacks back in March, 2 surgeries on 2 different days. I'm happy that Denmark has such a baked-in healthcare system. Yeah, I think you are too. 2 heart attacks in March and 2 surgeries 2 different days. Wow. I'm happy you're here, and hope you're doing better. And also happy that that think of it like this. Your heart attack and your surgery was partially, use this word partially, paid for by the subs of this channel. Subs pay me, I pay my taxes, the taxes go to healthcare, and that is how we made that happen. A small part. This is like the favorite thing when people get stopped by police and go like, well, I pay your salary. Like, not a whole lot of it. That he hit his stash in a holdout book on lupus because it's never lupus. So for when it is, yep. I'm recovering good though. Good to hear. Shy on Twitch, not shy in real life. Work for the NHS, it's super interesting hearing other countries do it. Yep. Yeah. I think that, and this might be, I have a theory. There's a lot of complaints about the NHS, and I also lived in the UK. So I remember that there was like it's part of like a national hobby of complaining about NHS, but I don't think it is as bad. It's just kind of a collective hobby of complaining about it, because you only ever have the healthcare system in your own country, and therefore it is neither good or bad. It's the experience. So yeah, the important promise of free healthcare in most European countries is no matter the daily process, in an emergency you will get help as fast as possible without showing a credit card first. Yes, and that's also like a European thing with the blue health insurance card. Yeah, a hospital cannot deny you care. That's true, but they can also just charge you so that you wish that they just thrown you in the gutter instead. That's a difference, right? Like, you shouldn't be weighing. Maybe you should, but I don't think that's a. But then again, I'm a socialist, so yeah. But you shouldn't be weighing the option of, oh, can I afford to get this care? Will it kill me if I do? Or will I be ruined if I get this care? Overwhelming healthcare system is never about hypochondriacs and people in emergency service with scratches. A lot of that is easily avoided by a simple triage system at the entrance. Who's doing the triage? And you also have a lot of conflict with people coming and then being denied service. It's generally better to have people not show up instead of having people to show up and go back home. But it's also like hypochondriacs. I agree. They're probably not the ones weighing down the system. Like every local doctor probably has a couple of patients who are hypochondriacs and they know how to deal with them, and that's just it. But emergency services, they are running so tight that, yeah. There was a cruise ship coming to Copenhagen, and everyone had the shits on that and diarrhea, and they need to go to hospital, and it just completely shut down the entire Copenhagen and surrounding areas healthcare system. Just one cruise ship, because it's running so tight that this is what we need on a normal Wednesday. We can't take 500 patients in. So it is, just hire more people. Yeah, money. It's fine. It's the insurance that's really the issue. Two people can go in for the same thing and they get the same care, but one is fucked financially and the other's totally fine. Yeah, that's also a weird thing. Like, why there's an insurance between patients and care. Some hospitals were not taking patients without insurance, and they'd send you a 20k bill for a broken toe. Went on camera. You noticed it? I looked for it before I started the stream, and I couldn't find it. But apparently, yeah, get a worse camera or get worse eyesight, and so just don't have ID on you, and you can get free healthcare. Like so many things, a consequence of late stage capitalism. That eventually you run out of other people's money. Yeah, but quoting Margaret Thatcher is Margaret Thatcher's opinion about socialism is probably like quoting the devil or having the devil quote the Bible. It's like maybe you'd get a little bit of a bias there. I don't think that it's a particularly sort of strong reference. Well, I think UK is still suffering from Margaret Thatcher in the same way as US is suffering from Reagan and the trickle-down economics. Part of the overwhelmed healthcare system is the AMA, especially limit. The only thing I ever hear about cruise ships is people getting the shits. How is this industry still going? There's apparently a large fetish for that. Yeah, it is. Like, I've been on a cruise ship twice, and they are quite hysterical about cleanliness, and obviously because if something starts spreading, everyone is like, if it's contained on the same place. And it's also because most of the time a cruise ship is just you do nothing for 7 days. That doesn't really make a lot of headlines. So the headlines you see are 3,000 people got the shits. And that's a more catchy title than 3,000 people had a meh week and gained 10 pounds each. Yeah, against their interest, you just need to simplify the reality and make them soundbites. They fall for the what? That doesn't sound like a that sounds like you just put a random quote and then added Margaret Thatcher to it. Don't think the 80s was ripe with billionaires. What? Oh, business. Meanwhile, there are hundreds of cruise ships that run flawlessly. Yep. It always says that's stole my milk money. Okay. That may be a little bit of personal story. I never had an issue. Yep. So half of the working on perfecting and widening already healthy cheese. A lot of the regular people, yeah. It's like plane crashes. So many people, so many planes, but because there's many people on one plane, yeah, crash gets headlines. Yes, yeah, it is. I don't know. The first time I was on a cruise, I really liked it because I went there with my kids. They were small kids and they just had a lot of fun. And I went there with my girlfriend, so we were also having a lot of fun. And I was just blown away by the luxury. The second time I went only with my kids. They were a little bit older and I didn't have any other adult company. It was so boring. Yeah, and I think that when I went there the first time on a cruise, there was this novelty of just like everything was just taken care of. Like life was so easy. Like you just like, oh, I'm hungry. Then whatever time it was, you just go and just grab food. And like, so I'm on ice cream. Oh, there we go. There's an ice cream. Like everything was so easy and so comfortable. And I also gained 10 pounds during a week, as one does on a cruise. So. But the second time, because I was alone, there was less sort of enjoying all the stuff. And it was just you kind of saw it, and it was the novelty had worn off, and kind of saw it as just like, wow, this is exactly like Wall-E, that how the the people on the humans on that spaceship are living, just fed slob and fattened up and just lying in their couches for the sun. It's like, yeah. So the good old mouse can take care of those 10 pounds. Well, actually, I have a recommendation for any of you if you want to lose 10 pounds quickly. I lost, yeah, I lost 10 pounds, actually a little bit more. Going to a vegan or vegetarian retreat, it is so good for losing weight. Wait, so good. Because I don't eat anything a whole week on a vegetarian vegan retreat, and you kind of lose weight by not eating something for 5 days. So I would highly recommend a vegan diet if you want to lose weight. That's at least that works for me. Fully vegan diet, like all the juicy vegan food, and I'm gonna like, yeah, I'm just gonna live off of Red Bull that I have on my fridge, like in my in my room, and that's it. That's what I'm gonna eat all week. So and then I came back and I was like, damn, that's nice. And even my girlfriend was like, hey, I was like, one more vegan tantra retreat, and I'm good. So maybe on Sunday I'll be another 5 to 10 pounds lighter after the next. So if you lose 30 pounds in a month, just burst your appendix and have a paralytic. Uh, uh, that's only something you can do once. And burst your appendix is pretty life-threatening, so don't do that. Curious to lose 10 ugly pounds. Cut off your head. Yep, I mean, we're all good. So for a month, it was fun. I can't imagine. Full vegan diet would kill me because of my allergies. Well, it didn't kill me. And I think if you adjust the same way I did, then yeah. Easy to gain weight on lentils and beans. Not if you don't eat them. Being bedridden and weighing 40 kilo. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that's my idea of having fun. I had my appendix removed when I was 15, and it was a wholly unenjoyable experience. But it's still something I give my mom a hard time about because it's sort of become a cliche in our family, or you could say a meme in the family. Like she had baked some goods, and I was coming home from school, and I'd sort of take some of those baked goods that sort of they've been out for 2 days maybe, and I'd taken them and they were a little bit moldy, and I'd freaked out because I'd eaten some moldy food, and then in the evening I started getting a tummy ache, and my mom was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? It is a little bit moldy. Get your shit together." And I was like, "It hurts." And she was berating me, and she was just thinking I was just a whiny little runt, uh, which also would be true, but it got worse, and it got worse, and it got worse, and in the end, then they hadn't actually had to call the doctor, and that was back then. The doctor actually did house calls, so doctor came out and go like, he needs to go to the hospital right now. And I have been guilt tripping my mom ever since about her just diminishing that. It was like, you were just complaining, quit whining. And then I had my appendix removed immediately when I got to the hospital. So yeah. You don't look that old to have experienced house calls. Yeah, I don't know. I did. It's actually, yeah. I had a tough time moving. Have remarkable similar stuff. Yeah. That's you kind of hold it over their head and go like, You almost. You didn't listen to me. I said it hurt, and I was right. So, yeah. Same thing happened the very first time I ate sushi. I started feeling sick about 30 minutes later and ended up in the hospital with a heart attack. Not from sushi though, but to this day I'm terrified of sushi. Exactly. I'm also like, oh, leftovers. Like, I don't know. And care the can you add the care the received later in life to the full effect of yeah, nice. I said, because mine actually ruptured and I did almost die and she feels awful about it. Yep. And I was told that it was like when I had the surgery and afterwards they were like, it was not like last seconds. It wasn't like ticking down 5, 4, 3, 2. We cut the red wire. It wasn't exactly like that, but that was kind of the picture they they painted. What's the release schedule for the stream YouTube videos? Every second day at how are we supposed to stay effective between YouTube releases? I don't know. It's kind of the other way around. Like I need you to stay effective the every other day, so you get the YouTube video every other day. Yeah. I got told 4 hours from death generously. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's 4 hours. Could have waited 3 hours to get started. Yeah, so the reason why it's not more often than every day is every other day. Let's just jump into the game now. Is because I am what is a nice word for lazy? I don't know. That word, I don't know. So energy efficient. Sedentary. No, I'm not sedentary. That's for sure. That's not it. I'm yeah. And a life you'd like to live a little too. Yeah, live a little too. Yes. It's Team standing up. He's a Superman. You're selectively productive. Yeah. I take my productivity and I share it not only with you guys, but also with all the beautiful women who wants to be tied up. That's my take. That's how it works. And I need to make sure that we do not have. I was testing some designs. When is next stream? Sunday, probably. Oh, had a Factorio about your hospital and about your turret blueprint. Okay, well, repost it if it's important. Okay. Yeah, the music is dramatic because we don't have any fuel, any power. We're fucked. We are proper fucked. I think we're actually so fucked that I need to do something about it. Where are we? We're heading back to Novice and we're going to be adding another group and that will be solar panels. We'll just casually jump in 500 solar panels from Novice. And then we'll do that one instead. So it'll come here. And then we'll go up here. There. If it doesn't overscale and cause blackout. No, it really isn't. You're right. Do you think there's any value in 2.1 in having a space station above each planet that holds exports for other ships to grab? Is ship to just faster? It's a lot faster, but I don't think that makes sense. Also because it, to the best of my knowledge, it can't be done. Because what you're saying is that you want to have a spaceship, a space platform, that is both requesting and providing. You can't do that. It's either requesting or it's providing. Because if it's requesting, then it won't provide the stuff out it's requesting because that's part of its request. So it's like having a requester chest and go like, I want this requester chest to sometimes request and sometimes to be a provider. Like but it's not a buffer chest. So you kind of have to, you can import intermediates and then push them over. We need to set up separate logistics requests. Yeah, and I don't know how you would do that. So how fast the sulfuric switches on. Maybe just move on to it. Feel like abundance, then nothing. Yes, because you're using so much of it that it's yeah. Let's see. That's not quite there. That's also not quite there. This is getting there. Why is I'm requesting 1,000 and I'm getting 2,380. I am not a fan of this this partial load thing. Like, there's nothing that makes sense about this. Why am I getting 2,000, which is 2,000 is one load, so why am I getting more than a full load of it? Probably because it was bringing in 2,000 or 380 together with some other crap, and then it's needed more, and then that was the only thing left, and then it just loaded up a full load of this. It's not, yeah. It's weird, okay? How can I stop fusion cells on Navis and keep them on the keep some on the ship? If my turret runs on fusion power, how can I drop fusion cells on Navis and keep some on the ship? These requests can be how is it? Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, you can set the request that they requested from a certain place, and then set another request in another group where it is 0 on a planet, I think. Why do we not have any on the ship? Isn't that weird? Oh, because they are. Haha. Lovely. Not weird at all. Well, we got this, right? So we could just let it go whenever it can. Oh, okay, so it wasn't anything properly en route. Okay, good. Over here on this beautiful little planet, it's still not working. And we definitely need to turn something off. And I don't know what we want to turn off. I've turned off the lava up here so that all of this stops, because it's all running on lava one way or another, so there. I'll take that out. We'll forget all these things that we take out, by the way. Can I just delete all this? Oh. Kill that. And then remove this. There. So now we're not doing anything with lava. That's good. This one is coming in. And then we'll build a solar panel. Temporary. They'll be deleted as soon as we get the... In here. See? Something is coming in. That's not you. It's this one. Have you ditched that? Yes, you have. Kill it. And we're going to pick that up and just... That should help us get something going, because once we have something going, then if this one picks up again, how much do we produce down here? 900. That's not actually that much, to be honest. And this one is taking, each of these are taking 600. Oh, 600. Okay, so it's just not working at all. Not working at all. So we're way overscaling what we actually can support here. What is the power consumption? Ice Magnum, thank you for 29 months. Good. So we're now we're stabilizing, but I still think that all of these still need to be filled up. No, they're actually already filled up. Okay, so we're actually stable now, but we're also potentially using more sulfuric acid than we have, which means that we probably need to set up a new sulfuric acid build. This is actually surprisingly low amount we get from it, so maybe I should sort of let this be available here and then move my power plant down here and be exclusively working on this. So that's probably going to be the future prospect here. And that is still safe from wormies. Yeah. And we're going to flag this. I don't want crap inside my base here, so whenever I remember it, I'll do this. And then I also need to start reestablishing all the shit that I destroyed. Yeah. Do we want to reestablish that one? And reestablish this one. And then there was this part up here. I'm not going to reestablish this one. Because that's the one that actually uses way more power than we have. So I'm going to move down here. I'm going to leave the solar panels for now. And I did actually in my original base had a lot of solar panels because I thought that would be a smart thing to do. Okay, so let me check up on something. Oh, I disagree, but it's not the classic that Factorio is. Overpowered building design choices that are a bit strange. Yes. I agree with that. Pausing over can grab an accumulator and check percentage. Set a pump after the sulfuric power plant to disable the pump to lower the priority solving power. Yep, that's a good point. That's a really neat solution, but it doesn't. It's not one pump. It's actually it is only one pump. It's a pathetically low amount that this is pumping. And then we need an accumulator. We can snatch one from up here. Oh, that's gonna leave as soon as I pick it up. Captain Industry 4.2 now has ramps. Nice. This is active when A is more than 15. So when it drops below 15, this turns off. We should really have a noisemaker for it. Let's do this the other episode when you want it into your inventory. Just uncheck all logistics groups instead of trashing everything. Let the bots do it. What? Not sure if you fixed it or not. Fulgora Roboport isn't reading the robot network. Fulgora Roboport. This one? Reading network. That one. That's what I meant. That's very true. Good. That's where all our robots went. Thank you. Oops. We'll keep 2,000 here and 2,000 here, then it's... Thank you. Languid. Yeah. I honestly, I am, well, no, I am lazy. I don't want to mince words about it. I could probably convince you that I am not lazy, but I am. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Maybe. Like, some of the things, like, one of the questions. Why are you not creating YouTube videos in 4K? Like, oh, and then whenever someone asks it in a YouTube comment, some people will chime in and go, oh, it's because of the when you record, it's so much space, and I'm like, yeah, no, I just don't bother going out and buying new monitors because I can't really record if my monitors are only in 90/20. So, and I can't tell the difference, so it's just never been a priority. Let's blow shit up here. Don't know how many explosives that is. But I also feel that... Ugh. Damn it. Like being on Fulgora again. Yeah, languid? Yeah, gracefully slow, yeah. Have you ever dipped your toes into Satisfactory Plus mode? No, I don't play mods. In Satisfactory, it's because I'm too lazy to figure out how mods work. See? Also because I don't bother, again, too lazy to explain what each of the mods do all the time when people ask. I don't call it lazy, I call it energy efficient. Yeah, I'm not even that. And then we clear more space with this one. Because all of this new territory is also not cleaned up. And I'm wondering if this area is a medium worm. It could very well be. So let's go down here and check if that's a medium worm. And if it is, then maybe it's time for us to see if we can poke the medium worm. We are researching level 10, which... No, it's a small one. Okay, cool. Why do we have so much crap here? Weird. I hate the fact that I have cleaned it up on my YouTube series, but I haven't cleaned it up here. And I'm like, I don't want to bother setting it up twice. So now I'm just, yeah, whatever. So I actually have everything. What is attributed to Bill Gates? Oh yeah. Do you want to hire someone lazy because they'll find a clever way to do things? Yes, that's attributed to Bill Gates. I don't know if it's true, but... Oh, let's click that button. Oops, I should not do this. There. It's funny that they break cliffs when you see them, but they don't break cliffs when you don't see them. Low download speed from my SP, so I watch in 480. No need for 4K videos for me. No, I wouldn't stream in 4K because that's too many people that can't get anything out of that. I also think that it's time for us to get to... This is such a typical me. What did we just have? We just had a brownout or a blackout because lack of power. And what did I then do? I initiated 3,000 build requests so that every single robot port would be overstrained, because that's the best way to combat the Like, oh no, we had a brownout. Let's crank up the aircon to maximum. That'll help. Okay, let's start working on setting this area up here. So we are gonna need to do. Let's see. Looks very much like I can draw a line through this, like this. There's really funny ambient sounds here, aside from the annoying robots. Like bloop, 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 bloop. Not enough on one side and too many on the other side, but whatever. There's no other place that I could draw it through. And then all of these will be more and more complicated to get in. Lots of connections. And that will collide with something else. That one is not even working. Hey, here. You are not done. Okay, that is probably the entire... No, it's not even the entirety. There's even more up here. But that's kind of annoying, because that's kind of where I wanted the first of the power plants to be. But they could also be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 potentially. So let's build it over here on this side. Which means I need to change this back. And now also clear out all of that part. Oops. More. There. I think this is a good way to set up, and I think it's relatively fast. It's probably not the fastest, but I don't really know how to build a faster way to do this. Right, so now I build a power plant. That's this one. And oh, where do we have? Oh, we have it here. Nice. More craft. Do you need pumps there? No, I don't need them right there, but if I keep scaling up here, then I might overstack it at some point, and therefore I built them here just to sort of separate this part from the consumer part. It probably isn't going to be more than 300, so I think we can... I'll take it out because you ask so nicely. This also means that I need... one top on top right. Oh no, we can't have that. Still miss some? Top right? Oh, that one. That's true. God, that would, the whole thing would collapse under its own weight because of that. Yeah. That goes downwards. You have the sulfuric acid, but you don't have the next one. Hello, Mark. Have you considered a separate power network for the pumps and converters to solar? It can easily cover. Yes, I have considered it. I haven't done it, and I was thinking that I should do that once the whole thing is set up. Then trying to make a isolated power network down here, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, it's actually really annoying to do that in Factorio, doing isolated networks. It could maybe be in this one, for example. So maybe have this one be power network that is feeding this. Because I don't know how much power this takes, but I don't even know how I'd do that in a reasonable manner. Well, let's do it before we actually need it. So that would mean we start cutting this off, and we dot this there. It's okay if it's part of multiple network like this. But I have to cut. And I want it to stop working. There we go. Then I want this to be turned. But this area here is power to the same network. Damn it. So how much power does this actually need when it's fully operational? That's with everything is efficiency modules, so that's it's already taken care of in terms of efficiency modules. Ugh, this is awful. I really dislike just making something this ugly. Really feel that it should just be this one. It's only that. Okay. I think this is enough. Function over form? No, form over function. Must be new around here. Oh, he should definitely not still be here. Where are you going? You're heading back here. That's perfect. So it's this one, and then they'll go to Volcanoes afterwards. Okay. And I'm cutting this off from the network. The interesting thing is like this one that's in both in this network and in this network. Which network does it add its power to? That I don't know. This is clearly the whole network and nothing but the network. So clearly it's still connected somewhere. Oh, there. There are no consumers in this network. That's crazy. What about you? You should be a consumer in this network. Is that because it's like this? Okay, there we go. That's all we have of consumers in the network. And what happened? It's nighttime. Perfect. So we do need that to come in. This is now chugging. Fine. Then I would like to start deconstructing this. What could possibly go wrong? And then reconstructing it down here. You're still here? That one is just not getting it. Almost, though. Oh, everything else is fine. And it also has everything, so let's just skip and go. Are you okay with everything? Yeah, I mean, it's just content. I mean, this is the beauty of being a content creator. Whenever you fuck up, you just go like, it's for content. People like to see fuck-ups. I know you all come here to see me, see my utter ineptitude. I have really fallen in love with these 4 lights. What are your guys' thoughts? Like, I know it's a small thing, but I really like it. It just kind of illuminates the base, literally. And this is definitely not the right way to do it. No! The good thing about being so inconsistent about where to build it is that you have no idea which ones you've placed and which ones you haven't. Yay. That's also messed up. Good. Almost done. For now. I could have made a blueprint in no time and just rolled it over the entire base, but no. Because then I'd have to maintain that damn blueprint. Now we're done. Now we're done. Yes. Good. Let's see. Where are you? You're here. And did that get dropped? Yes. Drop that one. Whoop. That should make these actually build. There's only one of them gets built, and these two are getting built. Where are the rest? There we go. Now they're getting built. Some of them. They just change color. It's more beneficial to use speed modules in Pumtex when the roboports are using more power than speed mod. Yeah, I agree generally, but I also think that this one has so much that if we look at the production capacity, 1,400, and each of those are consuming 600. So, yeah, this is actually only 3. So, I might change my mind on this. Is it working? No. Why not? Because it's now only the solar panels, right? No, steam turbines are working, but not these steam turbines. Why not? This is full. Oh, because it's not actually hooked up. Ha ha ha. These are working. These are working now. Great. And then I can take a third of these, and I want to kill this one, because it doesn't belong. And is this getting built? No. Weirdly. Oh, I know. That's because I still have these up here. And they got built instead. Of course. And kill that. $147 quality modules. Speed modules 3 as well. The connection here is re-established. That's good. This one is not re-established. It's kind of annoying. Okay. Can we get this down here? It is counting down the amount of mist There. Now everything gets built here. Great. And then if we look at this report network, it is using a little bit and 2 lamps. Great. Went for a weekend trip and left my game on. I had forgotten to set a limit on my legendary stack in certain production. I may have 20k of them. Okay. Yeah, I've never done that. I never left the game online and left it. Like maybe for sort of going to the restroom, but my 9,300 something hours, it's actually game time. It's not sort of leave it on for a week and then come back. There we get this one. Cool. That should now be... with the ammo platform over Navis, do you think it's feasible to make uranium ammo for the ships now? How do you get uranium to orbit? That's still expensive to make it. And what's the point? Because anything that can be shot can also just be lasered, so laser is still cheaper once you get fusion power. I really want 4 of these, and then I know that this would require me to actually change these to speed modules. At least some of them. What is the power consumption of this? Let's just try to see. That's 200k, and this is 18k. It's obviously a big difference, but 200k is the equivalent of 3 of these. So if we look at all of this, then we have 160 divided by 3, that is about 53 or something, and I have less than 53. No, so during the day we should be able to support all of these being speed moduled. Like so. And that also means we can, once this is done, I just want to make something that we don't have to come back for. There's definitely some issue here. Weird. Like that. Oh yeah, I used the blueprint instead. And this one's also using blueprint, so like that. And if we look at this one now to see how much it produces, it is now producing, these fully working is 2,400 sulfuric acid, and this is 2,351. I think that's, I would call that even. So we kill this one. All in. Okay, so now we have. I feel that this is now power done. I hope. And then I just dislike looking at this crap inside my base. Ugh. Get rid of that. Great. Okay. Is this also inside my base? Yes, it is. So get rid of that as well. Oh, it's actually here. Okay, cool. Right, so now it's time for us to go back to what we were doing before we did all this silliness. Let's get some circuits inbound. Whoop. This starts working. Power is great, 2.4k. 2.4 gigawatt of power available. This one is not working because reasons. Funny how this exists. Shouldn't that be crossed out? Because we don't have this. Oh, yeah, we could. We just never get this. We can make the recipe, but we can't. Yeah. Okay, let's see what's going on here. That goes in here, but since you don't have any of the... It's kind of shitty if we don't have this. There, right? And that one as well. So what happens when they come out of this? They need blue circuits. Why do they need blue circuits? Where's the blue circuits supposed to come from? They're supposed to come from here. And we have just disabled our blue circuit build, so that's why it's not working. Okay, so this build is not the same as the... Oh, we really need this one even more. Oh, these are level 3s. Okay. For now. And then here. Good. Then we need all of these. Oh no. Oh, that kind of sucks that I have to do it this way. We need blue sticks, I guess. That's why nothing is working here. I don't have any more of these. What do we have in this belt? We have... Okay, so let's do the Fulgora export. The Fulgora export will now also start exporting blue sticks. 2,000 blue sticks. Bloop. Ta-da! And just like that, we'll have 2,000 blue sticks landed on Novice and whatever. Or I could put it into a separate group. But at this point, I don't want to put it in a separate group. Had a ticket worth of power not connected to the network. Where are you at? You are at that point. Why are you here? Oh, you probably don't have enough fuel. Let's not care about that. Details like fuel and stuff. Let's go here and then go to Volcanus where it will drop off, and then we'll start getting some blue sticks going. Great. We can steal from here. There, for just continuing. A million times easier, thank you. This is also looking for a speed module, a good speed module. Why are these not working? They're waiting for blue circuits, okay. And is the blue circuits... Well, there's always something that's not quite working, right? This one, which were the bottlenecks for this? Everything was a little bit bottlenecked, but this one is pretty severely bottlenecked, to be honest. That's like only producing at half the speed that it should. How did I approve that? I wonder if speed modules would be better here. Why aren't robots placing the modules? Because they were module 3. And I only have module 2 in my inventory. So that's why. And this one, is that... Yeah, this is scrapping the uncommons. I'm just kind of checking. Yeah, okay, so it's only scrapping uncommons. It's not scrapping normals. So the normals will retain in here. No, they will retain in here. But there's no cap on it. It'll just basically... Really? No, oh, there is a cap. 1k. Okay, that's a modest 1k. We tried to see how this would change if it was less. Also, let's look at the ratio between these two. There's a huge surplus, so I don't need to do productivity on this. I could do... Let's do that one. Then there's still a huge surplus, but if we look at ratio now, there's a lot less of a deficit. And this one might be the same. The ratio between these two, the copper, there is a surplus of copper as well. Oh, this is already speeding. Okay. There. That gets better. Did you take your break? No, I did not take my break. Worked away for at 4. And now it's 20 after. You're right, Epic. I didn't take my break, but I think I'll just take it at 10. So let's remind me when we get closer to the next hour. Okay, let me have a look at this. Like this one here, it consumes 2.6 blue circuits, so it's not actually like an insane amount of blue circuits that we're using here, but it is a constant demand. And I would like to know how many speed modules speed. So we are starting to get a few of these. Let's actually get those into my inventory. There. Because the idea is then where are the most impactful things to upgrade. It's not actually this build. It's probably down here in this build. Probably. Maybe that one. And I can do this. Because now they work as they are, but they will be better whenever there's a available. Yeah, so we've queued up the next many of these. Great. This one, is that working at all? Yeah, it's actually working nice. This is also working nice. Can't do much more than this. This was just kind of a small build so that we could easily make this, scale this up. Crying and Massacre to not perfect balance. It will be perfectly balanced. Like all things should be. It'll just take a little bit of time before we get there. I'm just kind of wondering, yeah, these are like painfully slow. But they are like almost all of them working. Like these are slower than they should be. So obviously seeing 5 of the 6 working is what I could expect. What about this one? Did we get some blue sticks in? No. Bulgora is... Oh, this one. You have to do this. Which is really important because that actually means platforms over Navis. I tested it. It doesn't mean Navis or platforms. It means platforms over Navis. Because you saw this one disabled immediately. And the iron plate production for the blues, that made it run a little better. Yeah. Last one, and can't figure out on Fogor, why does the scrap storage have some requested chests for the holmium? Yeah, that's a good question. Oh, this is not requested chest, but these are active provided chest. I guess this is what you mean, right? So with everything else, if this fills up, then I let it flow onwards and go back and get destroyed. I will never allow my holmium to be destroyed. So if I if I don't build this lead on here back, then it will jam the whole thing if these fill up. So I'm just saying, fill it up, and then if you have more, then just throw it into some random storage, which has, granted, sometimes has, I'm working on some other things and come back and suddenly my inventory is full of hundreds of thousands of holmium because, oops. But that's just the way it is. Alright, so let's Bulgarino here. It's now heading to Volcanus, where it should drop off the sticks, and then we're happy. Then we can start getting some better quality modules. What is this? Navis? Yeah, I think it's, while we're sort of not doing much, then let's also establish our build of artillery. So that was exactly what I was expecting. Where is that? Okay, you're right here, so that's perfectly fine. Let's build one of these and then surround it by these two go from the side. This one, this one, this one. Nice. That was a really smooth way. But anyway, as we were saying, we need artillery. So this requires tungsten plate brought back to Navis. Yeah. But except... Oh, artillery turrets can be... I thought artillery turrets were too heavy. Oh. So we're actually going to be bringing some artillery... Making artillery turrets here. Because that's the way we have the tungsten. We are also going to export tungsten. Because I need to produce artillery shells. I don't want to be shipping artillery shells because it's 10 per rocket. I would much rather ship tungsten. Right? Tungsten is 250. Yeah, 5 stacks. So we ship tungsten back and then we create the artillery shells. But the artillery cannons we build here. I think so. Which one don't we want? Well, that's pretty obvious. Something with trains. Definitely some train stuff that we don't need here. So, that one. You are now going to be artillery cannons. Boop. And I'll build that one. And then I'll trash unrequested. And then... No, actually... Blah. And this one should be capped by the number of artillery there, which is currently 0. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just do it this way. It stacks to 10, so that would be 20. That's fine. We'll disable this and just say we want to make 20 of these. Good. Then we want to also up here. We did build that one. And that has 1k. That will be Navis export. Oh, where's my Factorio export? The Factorio export has left and it doesn't have any. Perfect. So Volcanus export will now add some new things to go, and that will be 10 of these and 1,000. 500. 500? Yeah, 500. Oops, let's go back. Why do I have calcite? Oh, I still have calcite up here. Yes. Okay. Let me do this part because there's building things and then there's consumable things. There. Hi guys, never played the game. Can somebody link me a good starter tutorial and maybe blueprints? Thank you. Check out my Let's Start Automating series on YouTube. That is getting a good idea of what's going on. What I do for artillery shells is to build them on a space platform opening nowadays when I need them. Well, I can't. And you can't either. Not until after Clever. So, it can't be done. Oh, wrong plan to import. Yes, that's a good point. And this one should be normal. It's good. Yeah. Like, this is such a common thing that with all this space platform and everyone keeps saying like, oh, why don't you just blah, blah, blah space platform? Yeah, this is why. Because you can't get coal, you can't get copper, you can't get calcite until after Clever. So it's not an option for us to build a... to build that. No, artillery does not target worms, but you can target them yourself. So just, if you have multiple, and then it'll have moved by the time you hit it. But you can lead it, and it's pretty cool, and it's a way to kill worms. 4. Yeah, it's something. And 550. Okay. Can I get this? Smashing! Faster. Just for now. So the blues, they should be updated now. Why are these not being updated? Oh, they are coming from here. Okay. So this whole segment is now updated to the better blueprints. Great. I'd like this to be updated. Like this. There. So now all of this is working at ratio again. And we got the blue sticks coming in, and everything is working, and we don't have all of this, but it could happen. Why don't you just go to Kleber then? Shut up. Then calcium from Volcanus until you have Kleber tech. But then you also send copper and coal. Like, so you're basically sending 3 ingredients, and you also need tungsten. So you're sending 4 ingredients, which are basically the only 4 ingredients you need. It's not saving anything. You broke the quality 2 now. What? Wrong modules in the middle row. These are speed module 3? I don't get it. Oh, this... Oh, right. It's quality modules. Ah. I don't get it. I get it now. Oops. Don't tell anyone. Yeah, so I want 2 creating quality modules because we need it for the space casino. Oh, crap! This is why you built so many of these, because, yeah, you want that for space casinos. Ooh, juicy. Why are we even... Like, deleting these is probably a bad idea. But I'm consistent. Yeah. It's also an awful lot of things we have here. That one. And... there. We do have actually a requester for this. Uh-huh. Yeah. Did they remove space casinos, or do you have a new variant? Yeah, they removed it. They don't work anymore. Okay, so let's see what happened to our here. How many did we get? Oh, that's nice. Why do we get 14 when I asked it to do 10? Okay, and then we go to Novice. We go up here to confirm that it will actually get those inbound. It will get all this inbound, and that means we can now set up a build, which I think we'll just build here. This will be a small build. Doing that. And I think we have explosives up here, but do we have them on a stockpile? No. Oh, look, that's funny. How the hell did that belt flip? And still work even. Yeah. Okay, so that means we get that one. If I recall correctly, this should be fast. And yeah. All of this is something we can now just request. Whoop. Well, that's not a lot coming in. Not gonna do 500 here. So how fast is this producing? 0.18 per second. That's not fast. Good. Then we are going to set up this corner for our... Yeah. And I just want to make like this. But these should... let's actually get the blue ones because we're back on Novice, so... And I really think they should just have one. Because when 4 come in, I'd rather have 1 in each instead of 4 into 1. And then I need a... there. And then this one should be 20. This. That's it. We'll start like this and then see where there are missing. Six. Why? Why? You probably dropped that off. Ah, just go. It has enough ammo, so don't care. Yep. These are built. They don't have anything. Anything coming in? Yeah, 20 are on the way. Nice. I don't know, maybe 20 is not enough for this. Alright, let's see. The first glorious shots. They can't shoot this. This is too close. No? Oh, the happiness. The happiness. This is artillery damage. Anything else I want instead of that? I could get shooting speed is not. Range is good. Maybe I want to get this first. This is not so expensive. 1500, that's still a lot. We need it before Clever for sure. Our science is not great because we don't have beacons for this design, so someone should change it because we're actually not able to consume the science we have. And this is where I always forget the name of the Chaos Commander. He was called Harand, who, and it sounds like an Imperial Guard quote, but it is actually a Chaos quote where they are. No, it's not Horus. Huron Black. Huron, maybe? It's our. I don't know. It's something like our guards may sleep and our ships may be resty or something, but our enemy know full well that big guns never tire. The big guns never, or the, yeah, that's the big guns never tire. And you think it's like a World War II quote, but it's a Warhammer. Ah, they made it into a rule. Big guns never tire. Ah, a vehicle or monster. Shut up. I want the quote. Not the rule. Though our guards may sleep and my ships may lay at anchor, our foes know full well that the big guns never tire. That's Lufthuron, the tyrant of Badab. That is such a brilliant quote. They have some really good quotes in Warhammer 40k. Our guards may sleep, yeah. Our foes know full well. Full well is something that I would never write in English language because it sounds too Danglish. It sounds like a direct translation of a Danish term, but apparently it's fine. It works. Hey, we also got a little bit of ammo up here. Hello. Hello, aggro. Great. And then, of course, this teeny tiny little area is not going to make a dent, but it'll get there. Let's have a look at this export here. You're bringing another 10 inbound. That's fine. And another one of these inbound. So all is well. On the way and on the way. Perfect. I spoke that. Her version was a cross between Esperanto, Danish, and Esperanto even. Wow. Okay, so this one is fine. What is it waiting for? It's just waiting for fuel, right? This is just woefully inefficient to generate more fuel. Yeah, and there's nothing we can do about it. This is... Oh! This is the wrong ship. This doesn't have the... Look at that. There. This one. That's from... I updated it for the YouTube episode, and these were built before the YouTube... Or, yeah, these two were built before the YouTube episode was updated. So, it is what it is. You are fine. You're going to go back, drop another 10 of these, which will give us all of that. On Novice, let's have a look at... Obviously, we are going to be... It's going to be forever until they actually stop here. Okay, we burned through all of our ammo, or all of our... 4 tungsten, so that means it's 125 shots per ship coming in. Yeah, okay. Have we already fired 125 shots? And we would want to get... range afterwards. Also really like more mining productivity, but that's not really an option, I guess. I'd love to get it. Just one. How expensive is it? 3,000. Okay. Alright, let's go back here and figure out what we have. Isn't it weird that these are not being brought into my inventory when I have it here? Oh, right. No, I don't have it here. It's that one. Those are the only 2 we can take. Then I don't want this one anymore. And we should also start exporting this from Novice then. Or from Volcanus, sorry. Here, because the other countries or planets would also like it. They really would like some of these. Some good ones. There we go. And they would also like... Oh. Specify where they're supposed to come from. And this is the other one. There. And that should mean that all other planets will get these eventually. Would you consider in the future doing something like the reverse megabase in the book? Nope. Because this series is called what? Final Factory. So this is my magnum opus. This is my final playthrough. And I have no intention of making another one after that. That doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. It just means that I have no intention of it. Good. What else do we need to make on Novice before moving forward? I think that up here, if we just look 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, with the exception of that, then this is actually a brilliant place to make the 6 sciences we need on this planet. That's 6 science, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. That doesn't work up here. Well, maybe it does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And these are also fine, but that means there's a less rocket launching at that point. That should be fine. We don't have a lot of... We have lava nearby, sure. We have massive amounts of Prometheus. Oh, that's a big boy. And we have sulfuric acid, and we have some coal. Okay. Let's move up here and reclaim this territory. That's not going to work well. Could specify the default planet per logistics group. And then I also want to get rid of, in this area, all of these. And actually, oops, I should just put it down here. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Not a lot of random crap here. Luckily, we have gotten rid of it. Answer this 1,000 times, but when are you back from vacation? Can't wait for the next episode in Factorio. Oh, the next episode is coming tomorrow. There'll be I have episodes for Tuesday, Thursday, and I have done everything except the recording. So I've put the screenshot for what I want to do, and I have the designs ready for the one on Saturday. So with a bit of luck, there should be one YouTube episodes coming the rest of the week. So you don't have to care about my my vacation. But I am back Sunday, and I plan to stream again next Sunday. But thank you. Fatigue after what, 10 years? Yes. In 1 month and 6 days, I have 10-year anniversary of Factorio content on YouTube. I think you can fit the science virtue instead of horizontal. Yeah, I good thing you put a smiley, because that doesn't compute in my mind. That's the same as I've started, like, buses go south to north. That's just how they go. Like, I remember back when I could make them in all directions. I can't do that anymore. That's just not how my brain works. And yeah, they're shooting a little bit. How much? There's just a few coming in, but now they're coming in at all directions because this one is also here. Yes, so we got shots fired in all directions. Perfect. Tesla weapons, and yeah. Yeah, now this is fine. And that's now something that's just perpetual and will gradually get better and work and all that stuff. There we go. And now we can move up. And I also want to get enough to kill a medium worm. And let's also do this one. Oh, it's here. 5,000. And 5,000. Yeah, it's just silly not having enough of this. A 1,000 robots is just not enough for us. Let's just stay within the orange area so we can get a multitude of these inbound. Ooh. That's interesting why I don't have enough of this. I thought this one was supposed to be building up to 1,000, but the 1,000 was in my inventory. Why has this not been chugging along? The mini bus for science was cute. Yeah, but it doesn't really... I don't really like it. How expensive is this? 2,000? Okay. I thought it was cute, but that was all the positive things we could put to it. Because the problem with it was that you built, or I built, sort of the green circuits and red circuits separately. And by building it separately, I was like, always, like, yeah, do I have enough? Then you start consuming some stone bricks or some steel, and then you have to go back to the start to feed more in. And it just became like, yes, that's how a bus works, but I wanted to make sure that it was working consistently, and I just couldn't keep track of it. So I had to remove it. Why you need to make science on volcanoes? Because it's the best place. There we go. I don't need to, but I don't like having it on Novice. Novice is a useless place. And now I have foundries and I have electromagnetic plants, so I can build science more efficiently. It's not going to be like crazy, but I'm going to build it in a way that I can upgrade to at least rare quality and then get more. It's... Okay, so there's still like a lot of construction tasks that are not done yet. Or not assigned yet. So should we put more in? Yeah. We can delete all of the stupid cliffs here. Oh, man. Love cleaning out cliffs. Ugh, that's so joyous. Oh, don't go out because I'm still waiting for more ammo. That's 2,000. Perfect. All right. So now we want to go out and poke a medium worm out here. Let's make sure these get charged. I'm expecting this to be a medium worm. Because of the distance. How to determine how many drones you need in the base system? 1,000 of each to start with, and then I usually go up to 2,000, but I know that I'm gonna need a lot on Volcanus because it is going to be... Oh, here we are. That's a big demolisher. That sucks. Those we can't kill. Yeah, that's... Oh, that's also on the other side of the fence, so that's fine. We'll leave you on that side of the fence for now. Oh, that's also a big demolisher. Really? Oh, that's also on the other side of the fence. Happiness. Give me a medium one in here. I'll play with a medium. I don't want to play with a big one. That requires real guns. Funny how we have this being destroyed a little bit. And we also have one here. That's a medium, but it's also on the wrong side of the fence. So where is the one that resides in this habitat? Oh, there is. That's a medium. Perfect. If I do... And then once everything is built, I'm going to do that. Yeah. Smooth. Doesn't matter. Like, I lose 46. Completely trivial. Do we not get enough repair packs? Weird that we're not getting... I have 95 repair packs. Why are they not... Oh. Yeah, why are they not repairing that? That's weird. Oh, because it was actually inside the network. Ah. Let's check this out. So medium worms, also not a problem anymore. Large worms, definitely a problem. Okay, so that's good. Let's also clear this one because I'm gonna be messing it up and accidentally going in here. So yeah, let's go back in the network and wait for another 1,000 inbound. We don't have enough. We also lost a lot of ammo. I'm down below 1,000. And I need to go. Oh, but it is what it is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. Ha ha ha. All good. There. This is the area that we are now calling ours. I'll see about making blue signs on Gleba and yellow on Fulgora, but it is demotivating that you are able to easily fit them in one hitbox each on Volcanus. Do you mean blue signs on Gleba? Why would you do that? What would be... Do you have sulfur on easily there? Like, I don't know. I don't get it. And is it for the plastic? No, I don't know. Why would you do that? Plastic and sulfur easy there. How do you make sulfur there? Oh, right, that's true. Yeah, okay, that's true. Because of course from the yeah, from some kind of waste thing. Yes. I remember. So yes, sulfur is easy to make there. And yeah, I wish it was the case that you could just go like, oh, this is easy here, so let me build it here. But ultimately it's like, yeah, it's just easier on volcanoes, which kind of sucks. I I'm conceding that. How are we at on this one? Still missing a couple 100,000. The robots they're not busy, they're just missing some production capacity here, so we can give them something to do so they don't get bored. Like that. No boring for you. And there. So. More random crap. We just do this because we can. Or because we don't really have anything else to do while waiting for a batch of ammo to come in. 1500. It's still like 100 en route all the time. Sulfur from spoilage and plastic from Yumako. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, from spoilage. Yes, it was from spoilage. And that's another range. Good. Wish they fixed that for 2.1. Make Clever Fulgora great again. Yes, I completely agree. I mean, not great again because they were never great. So. Is there anything for pinkish signs that I want or need? That one's a little expensive. This one is pretty nice. Well, probably want to do that first. With the unloader base, any consideration for shipping sulfur from Glabber, since we still can't turn sulfuric acid back into sulfur easily? No, because I don't need a lot of sulfur. If sulfur was something you needed in high quantities, then maybe, but it really isn't. Like, I can't even figure out, like, usually you need sulfur for sulfuric acid, but since you don't need that, then how do I find something? Yeah, I just wanted to go into this one. So what is sulfur used for? Explosives, cold synthesis, that's not needed, and chemical science. And sulfuric acid. And sulfuric acid, we get that on volcanoes anyway, so it's only the only thing that this is used for is blue science, which doesn't require much. It requires 1 for every 2 science packs, and for explosives. Yeah, break, thank you. Yeah, so I don't understand why I would want to get it in here. So, explosives, what do we need explosives for? Nothing really. Cool, let's take a break here, 25, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes-ish, and figure out what's happening here. Let's go and watch some... nothing. A little bit. Cool. Be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. And we're back. All right, so just putting it out there because maybe this is something that has eluded or people have forgotten. It is actually possible for us to get a bonus hour during these live streams by if we manage to get a level 5 hype train, I'll add an extra hour. So that's an option if we want to get an extra hour. Let me clear this one up and then do some science here. Oh, I also think that in the hub, that one should not be that. It should be 10-ish at least. So it should always work. Here a couple days ago when I mentioned receiving medals, I just posted them in the Discord stream chat. Oh, hey, Dark Knight. Good to see you. Yeah. Was in the stream chat. I want to see. Thank you, Swimmer, for the 200 bits. There. Ooh, looking fancy. Left National Emergency Medal, State Fire Medal. When can you wear those? Does it come with instructions on what kind of occasions you can wear it? And Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. Because my sister is a my sister is knighted and like I don't know what it's called, like Knight of Denmark, of the flag, like that's and that's it's an order, it's not a medal, so they can take it away from her. Yeah, Ridder af Dannebrog. Yeah. And that also comes with instructions on when you are allowed to wear it, and if you don't sort of live up to the standards, then you can have your knighthood taken away from you. I'm pretty impressed by her, and the funny thing is she's always sort of feels that she has to measure up against me and has always felt like it, but I'm like, yeah, you're knighted. I'm sitting at home playing video games. Can we stop with the comparison now? Hey, Carrie, thank you for the gift up. That here in Netherlands, it came with a big book of rules. Yes. Oh, it's right up here. What should be knighted for? Loyal service, medium. Good. Loyal service in sort of the highest echelons of public service for basically all of her career. That's as generic as I can put it. Ugh, don't like that they are still working on other crap. That's been cool. I'm trying to teach her Danish, and I'm quite proud of that. Huh, nice. It's good. Ice Magnum, thank you for the gift sub. All right, we're slowly working on our way towards the hype train. Yeah, I don't think a 28 level 28. I think that if we get there, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there, because doesn't seem like it's particularly likely to happen. So I don't need to make contingency for it just yet, I think. Then once all of it is done. Hey, Epic! Thank you for the 5 months of, or the month 5 of the subscription. Well, it's actually Gareth that we should thank for this. Thank you, Gareth, for gifting a sub. There we go. 41. Got lost. Don't care. And Extra RS, thank you for your continuing gifts up from Mark. Well done, Mark. And Carrie, thank you for the 44 months. And we can head home. Alright, so we got a train going. Martin, thank you for the 12 months. Oh, a train was just driving over the cliff at the bottom left. Ah, right. Well, it is, but it's a hype train. Special kind of train. Right, so we looks like we're pretty well on our way here. Great. Hit level 20 20 meters nearest retires. No, it's not really. Like, sure, it would be a lot of money, but yeah, it's not like, and I am honestly also retired anyway, so. All right, so this is good, and let's see if we can get that hype chain so we can get one step closer to retirement. I mean, I don't really feel. I do feel that I'm retired. And Swimmer with the 5 gifties. Oh, I don't need to have this. I need to go down to... Actually, I just go down to 0. Don't need any of these tickets anymore. Thank you. So... Hexagam, thank you for the 5 gift subs. So, something I also found really interesting was that when my sister, as part of getting this order, she gets it from the king, so she had to meet the king. That's a pretty big honor, and the way it works is they sort of get coached, and then go in to meet the king, and then sort of exchange a little pleasantries, and then actually really impressive. The king has sort of, he's had research done, but he'll know who it is he gives it to and what they've gotten it for, and sort of talk a little bit into it. And my sister was like, she is not used to being around people who are not binary, and therefore the whole idea of different pronouns is not sort of super natural to her. And of course, she mispronounced the king. Which I think is just funny. Like, and I think it's particularly funny when I come in a lot of queer circles and move those spaces, and some people take really offense if you mess up and call... When they are she, they, and you kind of mess it up, then it's like, and thank you, TH Birdman. And then I'm just thinking like, yeah, but when the king didn't give a shit that he was mispronounced, then it might be okay, right? It might be okay. As long as you don't do it on purpose. But it's so difficult. Like the one person where you are actually required to have a special pronoun for, if you mess that one up, yeah, it's okay to mess it up. So as long as you don't do it on purpose. I just thought that was funny. The correct pronoun for the king would be they. The royal, yeah, the royal we, but you don't, it's not, that's how they speak, but you would say they. Roger was the first to have extra pronouns. Yes, they were, and that is I don't know. It's probably not in any kind of law or anything, but it's part of the etiquette. And I just, yeah, I would probably also mess that up. Gemma Labor, thank you for the gift sub. All right, let's see if we can keep the train going. We have managed to get to level 2 thanks to TH Birdman getting us to level 2. I think it comes down to attitude. If it was a genuine mistake, I have found most are okay with just correcting you. Yeah, of course. It's always like when I talk to people and the attitude I don't like is like, all right, I'm too old for that shit. Like, no, you're not. You put in the effort, and it might be difficult, and you might mess it up. But if you genuinely try, it's okay. That's my experience. Huh. And but it's the attitude where I'm gonna be deliberately not doing it because I refuse. And I was like, okay, can you just be polite and just be like, respect their wishes and then move on with your life. Don't PhDs also receive a title from the king? Nope. Somehow it sounds like the Danish king was non-binary. Maybe. Okay, so what is it we want to do? We want to have all the sciences, and let's just put the tax in here. Because the thing is, do I want the red one over here? Because that's the only thing that's problematic. Red. And the first ones are kind of pathetic. The red, green. And this one, I don't know, I can't call it black, but gray science? It's the same with the Power Rangers, right? Pink power, red power, yellow power. And the white one goes like, nah, I'm not saying it. I'm not. Nope. Nope. And Jamal Haber, thank you for the 200 bits. That one. There. Good. All right, 1 minute left on the train. Are we going to be seeing this train run afoul at a level 2? Yellow label is off. Yes. Just for you, I made it one off. Just... There. I think that's good. Ooh, Demon, thank you for the 5 gift subs. All right, we're almost there. Almost there. Still need 13 subs in the last seconds. Can we get it? Because of the lava lake. Swimmer with the 20. Oh, that's... Thank you so much, Swimmer, for saving the train. Amazing. Yet again, you saved the train. Ooh, and other people are jumping in as well. And Catherine with the 17 months of Prime. Much appreciated. And Jamalaba with another 300 bits. Tribesand, thank you for the 1 gift up. And Mutationmorum, thank you for 10 more gifties. Ooh, now we're speeding up. We're speedrunning level 3. And shooting with 10 gifties. And oh, Banjo is also jumping in with 10 gifties. Wow, there was a lot of people who were, which is what, fumbling for their credit card in the last seconds. That was a level 4 completed, so actually almost to a level 5. Cool. I don't get why I would want to do it. It's only taking 1 tile, so it is just a matter of launchers. This will be where we launch, so it'll basically be, the intention is that we will be having this one, but not really, because I don't want this many of them. I want 8 of them for each, which is more than enough. Ooh, Mark! Wow! 25 gift subs. Absolutely amazing. Now we're at 79%. I think we're going to be having a long night today.
More shall gather.
I think I can just take the ones on the right instead. Normally I would sort of take the lower ones to the top ones, but we'll have to do something about this. Yeah. So we'll start with the most boring one because it's most boring. We are there just after for holiday every 2-3 years or 1-2 years. Next time in 5 weeks or so. It's just so hugely. It is sometimes. What happens if more gift... Whoops.
More shall gather.
Ooh, Shujin, thank you for the 10 gifties. It's gotta be a long night. What happens if more gift subs are given than people watching the stream? Then it's given to people not watching the stream. It's not a giant surprise. And it's some weird algorithm because it's not... Sometimes people come in and go like, I have never been here before to this channel, but I just got a gift sub. I've also gotten gift subs to channels I've never been to before. But it will try to sort of viewers, followers, that kind of thing. Okay, we are going to try to build these ones just as is, and then see if they work. Look how boring it is. Oh, yeah, okay. We definitely need to get our lights in here, because I don't want to be cleaning out those damn power poles all the time.
Fills you with determination.
And Ojif, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Sorry for butchering your name, potentially. There. Never gotten the gifts up here. Really not sure how it works. Exactly. It's completely random. So, 8 launchers for each means that you can just ignore the lava then. Yeah. That's also my intention, to ignore the lava. Here. So. It's only 3 point something per second, so it's not actually very much. Oh, I should have built more of them. Let's leverage the fact that this is working so well. There. That's green. Blue. Super greedy, right? But just, this is the beauty of it. Like, then we can do that. I don't think I need more than 4 for each, if I'm being honest, because that's still 4,000 that we can get for each. I might not even need any of them. I could just sort of, yeah. So, again, fly, little robots. You got plenty of work to do now. I can just spread this out in the meantime. Happiness. Happiness. Oh, good. As you're a little way away from biolabs, could you put your labs on volcanoes for now? Yeah, I could. That would actually be much easier. But, no, not really, because then I'd have to reroute the... Well, it's only one science I'd reroute. Yeah, space science. Yeah, 2 sciences I'd have to reroute here. But I don't think it's fine. 60 seconds left. Just a modest 62 subs to get us to another one. Did you reconnect the lava for the circuits? Yes, I did. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten any of the speed modules. But this one. This is also a little gloomy. How's this one working or not? What are you waiting for? Oh, we have 500 modules. Okay. And how many? 8 of those are... How many subs for bonus stream? Bonus stream? That's not a thing. But if the last 10 seconds, if we get 62 subs, then it's 1 more hour. Plastic seems low? Yeah, but that's because we're using it for too much. Train successful, level 5. Woohoo! I've also improved this quite a lot, actually. In my YouTube episode that I record today, I'll just show you here. They are... I've now made one here that is taking one line of red belt Everything is converted also to red belts, just for convenience, if anyone wants that. Takes it in, converts it, makes plastic, and then makes low density structure. And the next one is the same but for rocket fuel, which converts all of it to to light oil, and then goes in. It's I think these are much nicer. It's the only reason to move the space science. If anything, just launch up another space science. Yeah. So let's start figuring out what needs to go into each of them. Luckily, someone has been good at... What is this? Thruster fuel. I seriously doubt that's thruster fuel we need in here. Interesting. Oh, I misclicked. It's the one next to it. Sulfuric acid. Okay. So we're going to be building a... Here? Let's see what we need inbound. There's some coal inbound, some lava inbound, and then some coal inbound. What's the coal for? Oh, right. That's from military science. So we need coal inbound, which unfortunately is up here. And this one's pretty good. This can come in here. Okay. Where else do we need coal? Nowhere else? Really? Ah, this one needs coal. Okay. And this also needs, yeah. That's a little bit more of a problem because we don't have any tungsten available. Probably need to go out here. There's probably some tungsten in this one. I don't think this must be a normal one. This is our start. So this, or I think our start was here. This was where we landed. So this can't be a big one. This might be a medium. Like these are the ones that are large. Big worms. So it's be medium in this area. There's also a small coal patch down below if you don't need much. Huh? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's gonna work for a while. I do think that we now need to go out and greet. Take another territory out here. That one. Just to see if we have some tungsten out here. Because the fact that... Well, we do have tungsten here, but varying from here and all the way up. I'm also a little curious about how much tungsten we would need here. If it's... 21. Yeah, 21 is not something we just throw around. Oh. Insert us. Interesting. Go. Yeah. It'll be there. It's gonna be fine. It's already down to 39, so it's pretty quick. $2,000 now. 1,500. Because that's what we need for a medium worm. Any chance of you doing mass group multiplayer at any point? No. Absolutely no. I haven't done mass group multiplayer since... my 20,000 subscriber YouTube anniversary. Great to see you struggle with production module 3. Why? That's not a problem. I mean, I have YouTube videos for that Boba Curva. So if you're interested, then it's a pretty slick way of doing it, I think. These two, they're chugging along. Okay, are we done? Almost. And this one is done. Do need a little bit more. Struggle with production module 3, just need a lot of turrets. Yeah, some Tesla turrets make it easier and simpler. So there's like a continuously not enough of this, but it'll get there. And in the meantime, yeah, we're down to 10 And they're gonna be built by me just running around. One. Where is that one? Now, there we go. We got it. And the last of these. Good. A bit of circuits and biter vents, and you should never be in danger. Yeah, but it can also be done cleaner. Alright, so now we have everything coming in. Great. Just need the last flying into me, and then we'll be good. Last two. It's very important that I get the last two. Very, very important. Honestly, why is it coming in two at a time? Good. Let's go. This might be a small one, but it could be a medium. Come on, tungsten deposit. This, the whole reason why we do this is because there should are the promise of a beautiful tungsten deposit. Ta-da! Look at that! Great! It's something. It's a medium. Okay. Quickly now. Yeah. Oof. 52 got killed. Always take the corpse. Yeah, I think this is actually worth it because... Oh, hello, Cole. Let's explore the domain this one is in. The domain we now reclaimed. There. And then I'm going to turn these down to 0 again. So this and this is definitely where I want things coming in. So let's see if we need more than one belt of everything here. So we need lava coming in, we need sulfuric acid, we need tungsten, and we need coal. Let's see how much coal we need for this one. Just for these two. 9. Okay, and that's the only place for coal. And then, except for the military science, which is not going to take much. That one. 15. Okay, so let's build something. Lava, sulfuric acid, coal, tungsten. Right? Let's start by getting things inbound here. So the lava is coming from up here. I guess. How many? Yes. I'd love to not use any pumps, because those are kind of causing havoc generally. How long is it? 800, 83. I don't like this, because that probably means that every time I branch it off, it's gonna be eating some capacity. Well, we'll see. Is this inside the area? Yes, it is. So, and there we go. Now it's broken. I thought so. Tungsten only in the first block, but spreading it down, it's not a boss. I know. I was thinking about it, like... And the coal is also only needs to go to military science. Yeah. So this is another headache. No sulfuric acid for all of this? Weird. So this is the easy part, right? I'm just building it in here. Everyone's happy. However, it will need to get pushed out in different ways. That one here. And here. It's now only 163. But this is obviously too long, yes. But I could also just spread some of it in from here and the other thing in from the other side. There are 7. So I'm assuming the latter ones require more. So if we do this one into these 4 and this one into these 3, that means cutting it off here. Oops, it just got started. Yep. And there. And then this can go. Doesn't have to go all the way out here. This is just from here. Each of these is 1200, so it's 3600. Do we think that's enough? Yeah. Right? If I take all of this. Okay, barely enough, but it is enough. Okay, this one should just start working. This should start working. Now that's working here. This one. So sulfuric acid is the only thing we're missing, it seems, and tungsten. And coal. But like to hook it up here, that one, that goes in here. And the coal will go here. Nope. Incorrect. Right, so now I guess we get the tungsten in first. And it's a pretty smooth line out here. There you go. How are you getting plastic in this build? By bots? Nope. By making it. That's why we get coal. Anytime there's... Isn't there? That's actually a good point. Oh, here. Yeah, we're getting... Apparently we're getting plastic in here. Yep. That's a good point. So we do need to make a plastic build nearby. I'm going to use the plastic build from... I'm going to use the plastic build that I just made. No, that's not a plastic build. Oh, crap. Well, I do have a plastic build. Not rocket fuel plastic, just this upgradable plastic build. Yoish. I think this is it, because it is getting coal inbound. And then it gets plastic out here. Okay, none of this is problematic. The only question is how much coal do we need inbound? We definitely need more than one coal inbound now. So I'm thinking there'll be 2 lines of coal at this point. And I will be getting 2 lines in here, and then I'll be branching off like this. Yes, and then goes here. Yeah. Let's help pave the way out here. Oh, I don't have roboforts? Really? What a mess. And then I get the other side. Just clean it up. Mod idea. Ship hub that is also a lab. Sure. Sulfur also coming in by bots? No, I think I'm making it. Should be making it. Yes, here. Blah, 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 blah. And that one's just for kickstarting. Did you mess with map gen settings? Nope. Everything is default. It doesn't seem to really build out here. That one's building. Then this should be built. And this one should be built because it's in the area. And slow, 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 slow. Oh, we're completely out of power now. Oof. That sucks. He wasn't asking. What? Did you mess with map gen settings? I feel that's a question. If you clear space, take it with combat outposts or the locals will retake it. No, the locals are dead, so they won't retake anything. Locals are worms, and they be dead. Different commentator. They are running out. Sorry. Sorry for interfering in my chat. I won't ever do it again. I'll leave you guys alone and never bother you again. Sorry. The audacity of that guy. Ah, man. Having the nerve to interfere in perfectly civil conversation. Come on, stupid little robots. You've been overworked. And come home and rest. There we go. Okay, so the Roboport network is spreading. Thank you. Slowly. And I can't even run anymore. Because they should be producing power. Enough for this, yes. These are powered and now also this. So we should be running now. It doesn't feel particularly fast, this run. Right? This doesn't feel like we're running. Nope. Oh, that's because it takes 1000 kilowatt for fueling this. And this is... Well, it should be enough to fuel these. Maybe I just need these to have their internal fueling done before moving on. Oh well. We can do other stuff in the meantime. And... Ow! Don't do stuff with robots then. That'll just make it worse. And up here. Oh yeah, let's go for the sulfuric acid. Disable my robots for a bit? No, I just need to not overuse them. Like I should have enough power to fuel, to fully saturate these. I just want, every time I run, they deplete the power here. Which I think is weird because this should be enough for this one, but it's just not enough if I'm also trying to keep these online. So now that this is done, then the power will be all going into this, and then the excess power will go into the batteries, which means rerun again. So, that one. Flip, flip, then it should work. Question is then if I need, how many I need here. Also, I really dislike the way I've done it now. Here there's a line here. Oh, that's actually perfect. And they also need speed modules of sorts. Never really found a good way, or I think this is still the best way of hooking up pump jacks, but I don't know. Maybe someone found a better way. Okay, so. And then I'm not gonna take the ones that are on the in here. Don't need that many. And then I just need somewhere to get it out and in here. Boop. And it's too far. Damn. Like this. That should be enough. How much can this produce? Oh, that's a lot. 18,000. Okay, we're not pushing 18,000 through, but I don't think we need 18,000 either. One pump jack not connected. Okay. That one. Whoop. That's so crazy. Like, yeah. I love it doesn't really affect things as bottleneck light, which visual indicator if something is off waiting. Yeah. It's a long way. You can enable show enemy expansion candidate chunks. Huh, okay, if you're having issues with biters, then you're probably not at a level where you're comfortable with those kind of settings. Would just be my guess. And so now we need to build efficient. I haven't really come up with a good efficient mining setup for these big boys. Like the obvious thing is just like this. And where do we have power poles then? Everywhere. What? What happened? Oh, I don't have any more. Why? Oh, because I just used too many. Aha! This? Ugh, it's not actually enough, maybe. It might not be enough. Oof. Also, you are not powered. We'll put that up here. Ugh. But at least it gets powered and this one continues. Good. I'd like to insert it straight into a splitter. Yeah, I also did that previously. It's mainly when you get more throughput that it makes sense. I really can't be taking care of this. I'm happy. And this will just be a 3-to-1 splitter. It's not a 3-to-1. Smart belts. Ha! That's not working. Okay. This is not connected unless I do this and this and this. Connect, 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 and then you get power as well. I'm not gonna take the other one. We'll take this. Yeah, don't forget to take my break. I'll definitely take my break now. So let's sit here and wait for this one to come online. That's 26. And we have 2 extra hours. So be back in 2 minutes. Okay. We're back. And this is a pathetic amount we get here, but how much is it? 16? We need more, so I do need to take this. Damn. And now? 22. Wasn't that 26 I needed? Okay, so maybe we go back here and say, yeah. After that research, we go into this one. Speed modules? I'm kind of thinking that we'll get it by research, but the research is pretty slow at this point. 21. And I'm producing 22, so no worries. Everything is good. Okay, so what are we missing? Nothing? Doesn't this mean that everything should just be working? Haha. Let's see if that's true. And or more likely, let's go through all the things that should be working but isn't working. Nothing is working. All right, here, this is not working. Why are you not working? Because you're not getting stuff. Why are these not aligned? That seems so weird. There. Boop. And this is the Kickstarter, which is only active until this one is 25. Which it clearly isn't right now. Weird. Oh no. Did they mess something up? Because I can't imagine... okay, I must have pressed as the H key here. Okay, so we got 9 in each. Is it mean to say that I use your Factorio videos to fall asleep to? No. I mean, depends. If you mean it as an insult, then it's mean to say it. But if you genuinely enjoy just listening to it and falling asleep to a calm voice that doesn't scream and yell, then I'll just take it as a compliment. It is somewhat deliberate that I keep a soporific speech, and I do that because I how should we say this? I don't like the style of YouTubers that are overhyped. Hello, Kitty. Do you want to come up? Yeah. Kitty can contribute to this conversation here. And I have some YouTubers that I listen to when I'm doing some work, like preparing a video or editing or something like that. For example, Luton is a great one. Also Vatividya, even though I've watched all the Vatividya videos, but sometimes you just like, yeah, I just want to chill and listen to the story of Bloodborne in the background or something like that. And same with Luton. Like, how much do I really care about some random Imperial commander and some random Imperial? Well, not really, but it's nice to. You're being obnoxious. So, but anyway, like, I don't want to be too yelling and screaming and overhyped, so that kind of tends to land in the other end of the spectrum. You listen to the same video about Elden Ring lore for 3 months. Yes, and you still don't get it, right? So I could listen to the same thing again and again and go like, I still don't get how Radagon and Marika are the same person. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. You're really annoying, little kitty. Okay, now that's actually getting annoying. Nope. You can stay here. You can cuddle, but I don't want to be poked. I'm checking out this game. Could someone tell me what is the goal or end game here? Or like you build a ship to escape, or is it more of an endless where you keep expanding, accumulating more resources, or just aiming to automate everything? Yes. like there is a point to it where you get the windscreen by escaping the solar system, but that's not really the point. The point is to sort of build a better design, and when you complete the game, you're like, ah, man, I should have done this different, and next time I'm going to do this better. Next time I'm not going to make a spaghetti base. I'm going to be much more deliberate and much more planned, and then you build a spaghetti base again and repeat and repeat. So I would say all of this is true. There is a goal that you work towards, but it's more along the lines of sort of you look at the tech tree and just go like, well, all the red ones have to turn green because then they are unlocked, and then I've sort of done everything I can in the game. Um, yeah, so more along like that. Have you ever built a spaghetti base? Not really. Well, yes, of course. My first and second series. I think my first series on YouTube was a Bob's series, and that was probably pretty spaghetti. But I did also share on my Discord with the first construction of city blocks, and it was from because someone was I had commented that I had invented city blocks, and someone was like, "Well, you clearly did not invent it. Maybe you popularized it, but you certainly didn't invent it." It was like, "Oh no, I did. I did it. I did invent it. I coined the term, and I did the construction of it, and I afterwards obviously popularized it." But I found the video from mid-October 2016. Yeah, so that's how long city blocks have been around. So of course, when someone's been playing the game for 8 years and it's always been main bus and city blocks around, then you go like, yeah, it's always been around. Like, yeah, since I invented it. There you go. You have ruined automation games for me in the best way possible. Spaghetti was all I knew, and then I found you, and my bases are all neat and organized with blueprints. Oh, I'm so happy. That's so happy. That sparks joy. Alright, let's go all the way to the beginning here and see if things are just idling or what. Watched your YouTube for a long time. First time watching the magic happen here. Well, this is where the magic happens, isn't it? But welcome. I've always had a block system even before I knew of your city block system. Yeah, I mean, it's not like a... This is the thing, like, more people can invent the same thing at the same time. And that's natural. But there's also the part about, like, when you're talking about inventing things, it's not about, like, oh, I did it in my own little... Well, it's about sort of making it public and showing to the world, like, this is a thing. And then people afterwards will go like, oh, I've already been doing that. It's like, yeah, but you didn't show it to the world. It's kind of how inventions work. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It's because, like, where did I get the idea from? Like, Manhattan, I guess. No, the idea for me came from software as a service. Or yeah, no, service-oriented architecture. That was the whole idea. When you would move things that were just one tile off, and now I see others, and I'm like, fix it already. Yes, I know. I think it's yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing about that. Here, we're gonna kill all of this. Yeah. This is what we want to build for the other ones as well. Yeah. What do we consider a spaghetti base here? I mean, this is a lot of spaghetti inside of a block. But that doesn't... This bothers me so much. Bothers me so much that they're all the same except one. Maybe I should just change all of these to do some
Our
other things.
illustrious champion
Batu, thank you for the
returns.
26 months.
Welcome home.
I don't know. I think that what I consider a spaghetti base and what other people consider spaghetti base is just different things, right? This one, right? I kind of want the middle part of this. Yeah, I'm gonna kill this. What? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so this is the middle. But I don't really want the middle, because then I can't get this in here. So I need to get them one off to one side, no matter what. And then I'll need to have a module in here. I should also get this tube down, so it won't be completely in the middle. But, you know. Oh no, stop that. Stop, 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 stop. Kill it all. Kill it all. Crap. I don't want to waste points on yeah. Do we like this? The good news about this one is that it can be fit into all of the blocks. That's the kind of the advantage of it. I don't really like this, because it can't sort of become the other pattern. So I think that also has to go. It would be really nice if I didn't sort of continuously scrounge up random crap. What if I build this one again, but then I say I only take like the middle column. So I take the 4, but not... Yeah, so I take this out and this out. Because then it can become the other pattern if it needs to at a later date. Yeah. That's not needed either, is it? No. Let's do this. And then we have the main issue. Oops, we don't have enough of all of this. Damn. First time catching live stream in 2 years. Well, welcome. How much science spoon? 3.225. Not much. You keep in storage. Going to 60 now seems reasonable. Yeah, I said 10. But of course that's not enough at this point. And when you realize it, it's too late to change it, because it's already... I think 16 is a good number. And these I can go... Something like this. How much is this? This is producing 0.17. And this one, if it just got this, it's consuming 0.15. And these should be done, yeah. So it's a good ratio, and this is producing 0.17 per minute. I was so close that I could make a beacon here, but not really. Just exactly no room for a beacon here. Would be nice though. Red signs on ground. Yeah. Yeah, we also have some mishaps from 4 here. This one will be... Oh yeah, because there's nothing here. This is just to clear it out of my inventory. Purple? Mm-hmm. Oh, one more. Oh, no, 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 no. Funny. That's not how it works. Still a lot of these and 20 of those rocket silos. I probably should take some of this out just because it's less important to have these. Oh, I should not do that by no means. Look at all these juicy rockets here. Oof. Purple is misaligned. Okay. I don't see that it's misaligned. Blue's not working. Yeah, blue's not working. Let's figure out why the blue is not working. We need to go through all of them and figure out why they're not working. Oh, purple science belt does not connect. Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. The purple science was different. Okay, so let's figure out why you're not working. Sulfur. Oh, I did this in my YouTube series, but I didn't do it in this. I hate having to do 2 different setups here. This can be built in a corner, like that. I had a really clever idea for this. Yeah. It's not going to go quickly, but gradually we'll get a little bit. And this is... yeah. Something got picked up, and that must be that up here. This is now inbound. And this just didn't get any inbound yet. And this one got all 4. That's a little annoying. I shouldn't have, again, I shouldn't have done that, but whatever. Not you. Just one of those up here. There. So I have at least one launch facility for each. Nope. But that one's coming in now. So if I request... Alright, let's have a look at if this is working. This is still waiting for inbound, yep. Still some red signs on the ground, top side. Yep. Ah, what a mess. Unacceptable. Yeah. Well, let's wait for this one. Let's see if it's coming in. Where are we? We're here. Is that the one? No. That's just a concrete block. There. So this is working. Slowly chugging its way through all of this. Oh. Coal in here? Should this just also just get coal in? If it needs coal, then why is it not getting coal inbound? I have it right here anyway, so. Because bringing coal in here is just really slow. Ah, not fast enough. Yeah. Okay, so now we should be making this. I don't know if it's working fast enough, but it's making 5 and these... Yeah, it's certainly fast enough. Just needs to get going here. Excellent. The purple and the yellow one is the only one that isn't getting anything, but I also don't have any yellow signs, so something is not working here. Alright, let's see. That's this one. Electric engines. That's the lubricant missing. Why is the lubricant missing? Because you, and that's because of this one. You have that. Oh, okay, so it's not just me. It's not me who did this. This used to have 3 outputs, and they changed it so it only has 1 output. God damn, why I hate when they do these kind of changes. It's so annoying. Like, there's no reason to make changes like this. And this one's also missing coal. This is really, really far away. So I need to tap this calcite down here and just put it into boxes. Oh, it was down to 19. This one. close, but yeah, this helps with getting something from a little bit closer. And that was this one not working. As an open source manager, I'm always making children like this for a good reason, according to myself, and I imagine my users reacting exactly like this to 3 outputs thing. Yeah, it's like it's really hard to see why 3 outputs is bad and 1 output is better. I guess the argument could be... No, it's not still. It just has something in it. It doesn't request anymore. It's just there. I guess the argument could be that now you can rotate them. Then having one in one side, you don't need to have 3 because you can just rotate and it's only the middle one you're going to miss out. Well, that's the middle one I was working on. But again, like, taking away features is just... Why? Why you do that? Is that really necessary to take away features? Okay, so this is working. Unfortunately, there's nowhere to go in here. And we still have a... How many are not working? It's 19. Is there any way we can do anything about this? Well, there is one way. I'm pretty sure we have some on Navis, and you are now heading back to Navis, and I'm just gonna go 500 of these bad boys, which I don't think I have. I can try. 500 of those will be 2.5 rocket silo, so it's not amazing, but hey. It's also like all of this belt here. So much juicy stuff. If I could just empty that. So 400 and something, and it is the Navis export is coming in, and where are we at? We are at 430 something, so it's not going to be way off in terms of how much. I could do this. There we go, 500. How's the biter situation? Oh, it's biting. I want to see that this one comes in and actually picks up these. Is it to make sure... It is to make sure you upgrade your simple liquefaction to the normal. You already have the correct output for heavy oil. Huh? Oh, okay. Right. If that's a thing that anyone would do. Oh, this one is turning light. So that's actually the next one coming in. That's perfect. Being consistent, I suppose. Okay. Then I may not like it, but I understand it. Right, so we can now have at least 1 rocket for each of the sciences. That's great. That makes a big difference for me. Then we're going to go down here and do a request. This request. If we can get 500 of these inbound, we'll be happy. This one, yeah, that's the one we're missing. Despite this one doing its utmost. But it isn't much. Like, this is 0.5 per second. And let's say that we're not using it here, which we... Oh, we're not. So this means 0.5 per second, and I need 200, so that's 400 seconds. That's 7 minutes, so one of these every 6-7 minutes. I said it. Because I know all of you are Gen Alphas, so you'll appreciate boomers like me saying 6-7, because that's a thing. That's the best way to kill a meme, or is just to have. If your parents start saying it, then, I didn't realize how uncool it was, but it certainly is really uncool. Mm-hmm. I just got out of this mess, and now I just put another 2,000 requests into the network. I ruined 6-7 for my 14-year-old kid. Yeah, exactly. As a parent with kids, yep. There are still some things where well, most of what the kids these days say, it doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah. So this one should actually. We should now request all of these sciences. How much? Well, if I have 4 rocket silos, they can only send 4,000 each. Or they can launch twice. So let's just be as silly as the other things and just say, I want 8,000 of these, not from there. But then they will... There's no reason to make it a temporary setup. 8,000 is a really good number for science. Until we need more. And we definitely need to upgrade our science facility on ours. I had not anticipated that it would need upgrading, but that's because I didn't get that sense. Different planets. Yeah. 8,000 not gonna fit in the ship. That's actually a really good point. That's a surprisingly good point. But it won't get 8,000 of each anyway. But it is a good point. Let's have a look and see if we have any of these are better. No, not really. $36 rows, and how much do I have? Not 36. One, two, three, four, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. So maybe I should scale all of it down to 4,000. It still probably won't be enough, and I know that you'll say that to me. Where did it just go? Why did it go back now? Didn't have enough of anything. The thing is, it will never be full, right? Oh, this is the weird thing where it starts ejecting things out there when you change the recipe. That's so weird. And it can't... odd. Stop crafting. Until this one gets in. Damn it. What is the percentage chance? 12.2. Would be nice to get a little bit better. It's not great, but hey, 2 of those. Nice. How much extra space do they have? 26. So they get 6 extra. So if I get 4 times 6, that's something. That's 24 extra rows. Nice. 1 of those, 2 of those. Ugh. Science vessel is already heading back. So let's go to Navis and look at what the hell happened here. Yeah, I think I forgot something. Maybe I did, what I did was a little premature. Because if I want to get this outbound, then I suddenly need 4 more lanes outbound, right? These 4 lanes are the new ones. This is already here. Oh, that got very yellow. Oops, don't want to do... Like, I'm not a super fan of this. Like the way that this works, it's not super great, I think. And I need that one, and then take it in from that side. Yes. So how would I redesign this? I would love to not, but for example, I could take 1 belt in here. That would be fine for one of these, but where's the other one coming in? I don't really have a lot of space here, but I do technically have a little bit of space here. But these are not great. Yeah, I'm not going to do sushi belts. And don't suggest belt weaving either. I could also just say, okay, 1, 2, and then I just take it in from this side. Which is like super annoying because that's the one side where I have all this stuff. Need 2 inserters per science from the hub at this point? No. So much yellow science to clean up. Well, I don't need to clean up. I just need to consume it. Right? Probably not. Because I need to prevent it from actually going anywhere. Yeah, I need to exhaust the yellow science first. 8,000, no thanks. 2,000 for another range. Yeah, we'll take that. So I like the idea of just getting everything in around this and then just pushing it forward. It's not great. Yeah, building the next block. That's actually a good idea in terms of just at least testing things. I would think that a better solution would involve... No, we don't have these. Now, I don't know if this allows enough space to pass through. Because this would be required for putting everything into one belt. How's... Then what could I have inbound here? I could have one belt here and no. But if I did these out here, then I could get something in. Then that could grab from this belt and it could grab from this belt. We're a little short on power poles, but no, we're not. They can be down here. Yeah. And then on this side, we could do somewhat like this. I think this is better. Yeah. The pass-through, I agree, the pass-through is not great, but on the other hand, especially with speed modules, you're right. That's why I don't do this generally. But it is pretty neat how we can get 10 lanes in. So just on stream, are we going to use the new city block design on Novice too? Nope. Novice is like this because then it's consistent. And I don't want to change all of these just for a little minor aesthetic thing. And I guess, but this part, this will be how we do future planets. But I don't want to change it on Novice. Yeah, you're actually right. Why don't we just bot the hell out of it? Because the quantities are still not very high, and it's just like this. It's almost too simple, isn't it? Or a smaller grid like your original space is. Nope. It's Aquilo is also on this block size. Already have these blocks here. And it doesn't take much on the Aquilo because that's actually this is something worth noting. This will have to be redesigned. But yeah, we'll see. The only problem I have is how do I turn this into an overflow? I guess I put this into a box and I only put it into the box when it is 0 already. Because the stuff in here is part of the network. Tear down completely? Yeah, maybe that's actually true. Let's do that. Because we should be transitioning to the other thing. Let's do that. I love that someone says one thing like, tear it down. Fuck it. And then I just, sure. Rip and tear until it's done. I was at a workshop and I was, when you have like a joke and you're just, no one can receive this joke. So we had a workshop and they put like masking tape on the floor, and then they were asking after the workshop like, oh, if you could just heading out to break, if you could just help rip the tape off, just tear it, but please be careful. Like, rip and tear until it's done. I'm in a Tantra festival, Tantra workshop. No one will get the reference. Oh, the frustration. Module. Yes, we have the good modules. Sweet. Oops. We disappeared. Did you play the new Doom Dark Ages? No, I didn't. I don't. It's not really for me. Okay, so how many of these do we need? Yes. Two additional? That could go one up, but not really. Well, I'm pretty sure this will use all of our science. How many bots do I actually have here? 1,000 logistics? I don't think so. 5,000 you said? Yes. No skipping on the going halfway. Yeah. Do we seriously miss one of these? 39. What an obscure number. 39. How does that become 39? That doesn't make any sense. It's even. Is it because it doesn't copy that one? Yeah. Yeah, 10. Why is not built? Yeah, still, if you copy it. Oh, right. It was not a copy. It was a throughput measure. It's a rate calculator. Still think I... Okay. I don't know if this is actually alive. Exists. Yes, it does. Few more. Oh! No! Oh, the horror. Can I do that? Yes. Boop. I'm still not sure that this is the... Well, I am quite sure that this is not it. First of all, I don't like two lights next to each other. I think that it looks better if we put the light on the inside then. That means this is still our template. And We now know how close it needs to be built, and then I can make it here and here. Yeah. That's now the middle. It's decent spacing, all that stuff. Great. What about extra charging stations? Maybe. I am of the opinion that I don't mind using this for charging stations. But it will be better with the substation grid. So how much do I want to put in each? The natural thing is 200, but I think 200 is too much for each. Maybe 50 of each? Does that make sense? But how do I now measure if I have enough of a science? It's just stupid. Oh no. I guess what I should do is just monitor the logistics network. What are those silly connections? Well, copy paste and it will propagate. Okay, good. Set science. Okay, so it remembers. No, it doesn't. And this one should be reading logistics network content. Good. Okay, so I don't know about this. Like 50 is probably like too low, but anyway, if there's 100, then we're fine. And we basically need one of these for each of the sciences, right? And that will be what would that be like? See, the thing is, it doesn't really work when we have too much of this. Any pink science that's interesting? That one's interesting, but you could also just get this one because it's a finite one. Then any military science that we need, I think that's not necessary. I don't think I need it at all. This is 8,000, that's a little bit expensive. We don't have any yellow, so don't do yellow. But the problem is if I set this one up top, then it will act, but it will stop because I don't have yellow. Because I can't do more than one condition here. Then I'd have to do a separate condition, but how do I know when I select a electromagnetic science pack whether it's an electromagnetic science pack that also requires yellow and also requires military or also requires purple? I don't know, so I can't set one condition that will be consistent here. I think at this point the conditions for sciences run into a wall. Yeah. I think it's a neat idea, but I just don't think I don't really think it does what we had hoped it would do. So for example, this is fine, but it's also going to stall because of the yellow. So at this point, I really shouldn't be doing any of these. I should only be doing the last one because that's the only one that doesn't get stuck by yellow. We make a separate decider for combinations of signs, but I'm missing the more complex options here. Yeah, but if I do a combination of signs, then I don't know whether the science, the metallurgic science that I'm selecting is a metallurgic science that requires military, yellow, or red or purple science. And therefore I need 3 different conditions. Well, military will also always require yellow. But it'll basically, it could either be a research here. For example, if I did that one, it would require purple. So I'd have to have 2 different conditions. I'd have 2 different conditions for the metallurgic science. One is metallurgic plus yellow, and the other one is metallurgic plus purple. I think that's kind of... I could do combinators, but then I'm basically just building an array of combinations that I have to match up to sciences so that it can do it. And I'm ending up spending more time on manipulating this than just go like, oh, science completed, select another one. You just need 4 combinators for your current setup. 4 combinators? Yeah, okay, but it gets more. Yeah, I'd need 2 for this, 2 for orange, and well, technically we need 3 because there could be something we could research here that isn't either of them, but not really likely. But it also means that then I couldn't use this symbol anymore. Then I'd have to have other symbols that represent this one. And then I'd have to know that it sucks. I mean, I can do it, and I think I have to do it just to prove how awful it is. And maybe it's not awful, but it just kind of feels a little awful. So this one will say, do you have purple science greater than 100, for example? And do you also have yellow science greater than 100? In that case, I need to output a signal 1. And that signal, the only thing I can come up with is to use the quality indicator like that, because that is now the closest to a yellow color I can get. And then I do basically the same here, but do it for purple. And then this one will be like that, because that's purple, right? And then we do the same thing here for pink science. And then we get a pink science, legendary status, and pink, and pink. You would have to make a truth table of sort to sort out what science groups you need. Sense for all the infinite science you want. Yeah, but the problem with the infinite science is that it continues down one path until it runs out of science. So now those are sort of my base conditions that I'm struggling with. But I would also have other ones that say, is this true? And this one would just be further down the line. That would just be this indicator. And then I also need like this one for yellow. So these are now the signals that I would then be needing. Disable this. And then I want to say this. Greater than 0 is better, right? Then I need another condition. That would be this one. Greater than 0. And that means this would be something infinite science that is here. Yep. That actually got started. Weirdly enough, oh, because this one should be 0 there. This one should be 0. And this shouldn't exist. This should be legendary. 0. And then I need one more for that science. And that will be pink with purple. Yes. So now I have all the combinations that I need. And then I can now set them up in prioritized sequence. Maybe I want that one first because that's a non-infinite. Maybe I want these two at the end. Yeah, so when we have the yellow, we want to do something with yellow. And if we don't, is it mining productivity we want? That's 3,000, that's 3,000 something, that's 3,000 something. I don't know which one I want. I want one of each. So, I think it's a little annoying that I can't do whoops. Shoot, what did they do? There. I can do this because I found a way to sort of identify it. But it's going to be a very long list, and it's going to be a lot of maintenance to do this. But maybe it'll work. Okay, I now jumped over to mining productivity, which is the highest one of these. Is that correct? I kind of feel this one should be like when I'm running out of space science. Oops. So, maybe that should be higher and that should be higher. So I want to use the pink science first, and then this. Yeah. Okay. So I think this works. And granted, it's not quite as awful as I had thought. Let's see what the science speed consumption is. 18. Okay, so we're definitely burning through it. Did you have a break? No, I did not have a break. I probably should have. What is now the problem? Science vessel. Haha, didn't we... What? Oh, they refuse to launch because there's not enough space. But you could just launch some of it. Why does it have to be like this? Why is it all or nothing? That sucks. Oh, maybe it's not. But why is it... Okay. And then the other ones got cancelled. It flies back. Don't know where the rest got, if that got lost or something. And then I want to take... That'll at least give us 24 extra tiles. And Let's check if we have it. 8 of those, yes. Okay, so that gets us 24 extra tiles. Maybe 2,000, yeah. I also think that right now we are, we've been stalling on science, but now we're really should be burning through it pretty quick. So this is the purple science that's being done. It's actually not bad. Not bad. Just kind of messing with this. There. Okay. So now what's going on? I actually should have the lights on this. So I can see which ones are actually active. Enable if... I wish I could do anything. I could. Nice. So it's only the purple science that's done. We're not having any yellow science in yet. Okay, so that's probably the next thing we want to explore, and that's why the yellow science doesn't work. Oh, we are missing 6 rocket silos. Because they are... Actually, because all 4 of them are here. That means they're so slow to fill up. This is not working because of LDS. Why? Oh. Oh. It's too far away, I think. Okay, so we found out why that's not working. Okay, so this is why the yellow science is limping along. Upcycle some hangars? I'm not really... I don't really want to go down. I know that if I start upcycling, I can't stop myself. That's why. Why are we... What's the problem with this one? It started moving. I don't want to start moving. I want you to actually... Why is it not getting there? 8. It's available on the planet. Why is it not coming in? Stacked rocket capacity. It's too low. Oh, for fuck's sake! Stop doing that. And then they'll send 8 up. Because it'll send 4 here and 4 here, or everything here. So, it's coming. And then I'll have to ditch the other one. Also interesting that it now wants to go to pick up more of this. Expand inventory. Good. You're gonna go out. And jump back down. And then we can start it again. Then it should go to volcanoes. Yes. Whew. What do you give bans for chatters usually? What do I give bans? My eternal love and consideration. Cookie? What do you give bans for chatters? What do I give bans? I give them a ban? A farewell? Maybe an insult? I'll ridicule a public humiliation. That's probably that's usually what I give. A name and shame. Maybe what does it take to get banned? Well, before anyone starts doing it, I don't unban people. If you get banned, you're never gonna get unbanned. So it's not like, ha ha ha, that was just fun. No, unban me, like, fuck you. So maybe don't really play with fire, because you will get burned. Say, if a chatter starts to channel your line of thinking, a critique, do you consider a ban? Challenge my line of thinking? No. Like that's a then if a challenge to my line of thinking was enough to get banned, I'd be sitting here alone, because that's yeah, I'd be very much alone in here. It's not just a regular occurrence; it's a favorite pastime. No, so you can definitely disagree. I just would like to have. It also depends. Like, there's the disagreement of. I think it would be better to make the science on this planet, because then you have access to this, and this, and that would actually make the transition to late game much smoother. Like, that's a really good point. But oh my god, you fucking suck. It's just city blocks again. When do you do something else? You're so... It's so stale and you're ruining the game for everyone. It's like, okay, well, what is that? Like, that's a challenge, yeah, but it's also a challenge you can sit with yourself outside of my chat. So... yeah, why don't you just... I may... If someone is being sufficiently obnoxious about that, why don't you just? Then I'm not gonna. I don't think I've banned people for why don't you just, but it's more along the lines of that can be if I get annoyed with why don't you just, I go like But I also something I have to keep in mind as a streamer is that what for you, or not you, not specific, plural, is the first time you ask the question, is to me the 100th time I get that question. And then, but me answering the question to someone, and then 3 days later someone else asks the same question. Like, chat is not one monolithic entity that has a collective memory. It just isn't. It's a lot of people. And if I said it on one stream, even if you were there, you probably didn't listen. Yeah, I would. Why don't you just play some RimWorld? I mean, I don't really need to go there. This one, and I'm gonna remove the transfer of that. How's this one coming along? It's still the electric engines that are... oh, hold on. It still has this. Streaming requires pensions. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I don't think that XQC is the sort of the pinnacle of patience. I think that it's probably less frustrating if you have a certain amount of patience, and it'll make your life as a streamer less stressful. Could you show the definition of one of those science collecting platforms interrupts? Oh, right. Yes, I'll do that. That's a... Oh my god, you challenged the way I'm thinking. Yeah, so I found that it basically says go to Fulgora if you have anything requested from Fulgora that isn't there and you're sitting on Novice. This last point is important because otherwise it goes to Fulgora, and if it doesn't get enough, then it kind of just triggers, not kind of, it just triggers the same interrupt and it will never leave Fulgora, even though it's 2/3 full, then it will sit there until it's completely full. And I don't want that. I want it to go there, pick up whatever it can, fly back, unload on Navis, and then consider what to do next. Oh, we lost our science lab pin. Yeah, we did, because, well, we lost our the thing. And then let's see if we can remember how to do it. Yay, we did. And that is Alt right click to get a thing up here. So now this one is done. That means we can find something else that requires pink and military. So is there anything that requires pink and military that we want? Nope. No, pink and military. That one is pink and military, but I certainly don't want this to be the highest priority. So we'll take that all the way down because it's so expensive. So take that down. I hate to say this, but I actually kind of like this design. So thank you for challenging the way I was thinking about making these sort of conditions. I actually like it, especially because it's like a 0 and 1, and it's kind of really easy to see. And the reason why I thought it wouldn't work was because I felt like I would have to sort of use another icon instead of the actual science, and then it would be like, okay, F is what and D is what, and it would just be really confusing. But when I realized that, okay, you can actually use the quality indicator so you can see what it actually is about, then it makes sense. As a new player, wanting to finish the full game campaign, would you suggest changing any of the settings during world creation? Yes. As a new player, if you don't want to sort of face too much frustration, then I would increase the size of the patches, the richness, and maybe also the size, so that you don't have to spend so much time on expanding. Then if you don't want to deal with biters, then I would turn off biter expansion, so that once you kill them, you don't have to go back and kill the same thing again and again. But notice or be aware that you're disabling your Steam achievements by doing these things. I would also, if you really don't want to deal with biters, then I wouldn't disable them, but I would say put them on passive so they don't attack. They only defend themselves when you attack. Do not increase too much and you get too easy. No, I'd just say, like, instead of 100%, then just change it to 200%. That means that things are not like this one gonna run out. 20 in a secret setting, and I can't play with 10 anymore. I completely understand. I think if I hadn't sort of gotten so used to the setup, then I'd probably also do that. This is the only one that actually works. And that one also, yeah, okay. But not this. Okay, and our science vessel is on here. It's getting a little bit from each. Oh, we're getting a lot of yellow now. Good. Hey, No Afro, good to see you. I'm not on Twitch enough anymore. I should come back. Yeah, you should. Well, I mean, I'm not saying you should, but that depends. If it fits with your life, then you'll be very welcome here. Did my 40-hour achievement and I increased the resistance to ease my pain. Yeah, okay. If you put any of the yellow plus something below the yellow, they will never be picked. That's true. So I don't want it to be picked. Yes, and thank you for no effort for the 38 months on a 1 month streak. Too much, so maybe I should swap back. Well, it depends. Depends on what fits for your to your liking. Okay, let's have a look at Volcanus and see if the science is actually working. I think it's kind of working. The first will always tend to fill up first, and then the other ones will just be progressively less. That's kind of how it is with this setup here. And we still only have 4 more that are not working, but it's not really like these are gonna be, yeah, critical. This is not working at all, so, and it also doesn't have any lights, so why is it not working? Because there's a misalignment. Lovely. That means it has never worked. Which, I mean, all things considered, it's not the end of the world, because I do have the other one. This one is still working. And it has a full box of 9,600 here. So. And Frank Tumink, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. I forgot to have one of those things. Oh, nice. Do you have dedicated pipelines to make high quality modules? No, I don't know. I have these, which is basically upcycling, and I have a fixed amount that I want, and which is, I don't know, 500, I think. I get that from here. Yeah, 500 of each of the modules, and then I'll try to make 500 modules and try to upcycle as many of them to higher quality as I can. And it works quite well. We got, now it goes artillery range. Okay, I think it's this. First of all, the science is working a lot better now. Now we are going in here for, which is the top one, artillery range, yes. Jack Banton, thank you for the 76 months. How insane can the design of a gameplay be, yet still a success? Like, how flexible the game is? It's impossible to deliberately ignore Volcanus Nauvis for anything but science and still have functioning run. Yeah, you can do that. I think. Like, anything except science. Yeah. You can... I think they designed the planet so that you can build everything there. With the exception of Quillo. Right? You can get the iron and copper as well on each of the planets. Here's the thing. Oh yeah, you don't have that. So I'm kind of thinking this might not be enough. Yeah, it's not enough because killed the radar. Okay, so this is weird, right? Yeah, there's nothing in range. Okay, so now it makes a lot of sense for why we want this range to be here. Obviously, there's also going to be having something in the middle. I'm just kind of seeing if I put it right in the middle here, then I think it also makes sense. This is the middle. And the middle down here. And probably also the middle out here. Yes, there's definitely something we're not getting. And on the other side. And of course, it's going to take a little bit of time for this to fill up, but we do need to have better coverage. You can see now there's a coverage here, and when this one gets done, I'll have a full coverage. And then as we get more, ooh, interesting. This should now change, shouldn't it? Durin Uther, thank you for the 200 bits. What calculation mod do you use? I use rate calculator. I use max rate calculator since many years, but it's outdated on features. It's just called rate calculator. And it is updated for 2.1. And I haven't really encountered anything that I felt I needed that it didn't have. Okay, so here's the thing. Now this has dropped to 0. Why did it not change then? What are we missing? Oh, no. Yeah, all of these are online. Everything is online. But something is missing. It's blue science. Dude, blue science. Why you know blue science? Okay, so let's go have a look at the blue science. If that's just particularly worse than anything else. Like, all of them are working. So, I can't really do anything more than that. But I guess blue, red, and green signs are the ones that are going to run out because they are used for everything, while the other ones are only used for some things. That means these can build up reserves when I'm researching something else, but the red, green, and blue are always used. I'm still building it, yes, on now. I just didn't... I was kind of thinking I wouldn't need that, but... maybe I do for this particular reason. Then the question becomes, should I do the same thing for this? Yeah. It's a good idea about only if less. When this is less than... you could also just when it's equal to 0. Because as soon as it puts it in there, as if it's picked up immediately, then it's fine. I think that's actually nice. So this will just be a backup. If I don't have it, then take the stuff that you're producing here on others. Yeah, fine. Yeah, I like it. Science vessel here. That's not a lot that it's dropping off here. And then it's getting the transport. If you invite new people to your house for the first time, is there something you make sure is covered, apart from obvious stuff like cleaning? I'm just very hesitant to invite a new family over who earn like 5 times. Oh, that's such an interesting question. Thank you. Sometimes your questions are a little weird. This is also a weird question, but I like it. I do become self-conscious about when I invite people over because my house is not very nice. My house is very minimalistic, and I just this summer cleaned out all the baby toys. I mean, not baby toys, but all the kids' toys that were stored in my living room. And after sort of when I'm inviting women over for some playtime, and I'm like, why do I have like kids' toys for like 5-year-olds when my kids are teenagers? Like, this is stupid. And then I get self-conscious about it, but I'm also like, yeah, whatever. It's me. It's who I am. The 5x part is funny to me. Do people really compare that hard? Well, let's not say it's like 5x. It's more about how do you keep your home. Like, sometimes I come visit someone and go like, holy shit, this is like for, like, this could be in a magazine for better homes. and like everything is sort of is neat, and there's like small decorations, and all this sort of in the same vibe, and all the furniture is matching, and go like, okay, but what I'm telling myself is that that's someone's hobby. Someone likes decorating the whole home. My home is very much like, if it works, don't fix it. And so I do become self-conscious about it when I visit someone and just have a really nice house, not necessarily like rich, but more like well maintained, and also sort of well decorated. I go like, yeah, I don't give a shit about it, but I still, yeah. Hello, kitty. Are you gonna be less annoying this time? Come here. Yeah, there. Yeah, house tour, no. Are people gonna stop liking me if I live how I like, can't afford? Well, actually, so my partner met someone, and she was really keen on this person, and it was I could really tell that there was like sparkles in her eyes, and they had a good time, and they were just hanging out, and they were had good encounters, and then after a weekend, I was like, "Hey, did you see this guy? How's it going with that guy?" And she was like, "It's not gonna be all the things that I thought about." I'm like, oh, what happened? Was it not good? It's like, everything was fine, but I invited me over, and he's a hoarder. So from that perspective, like, yeah, it makes a difference, and I don't think that was being unreasonable for her perspective. But if you see someone's house and it's unhygienic in some way, then that reflects on your perception of the person itself. I would imagine like that's definitely the case for me. Like if it's like, oh my god, this is disgusting. Like, oh, I'm afraid of touching anything, and I don't know where to put things. And if I'm sort of asking for a glass of water, and it's like nothing is clean, then that's gonna reflect poorly on on the person. A hoarder of what though? Hoarder of everything. Like when there's just cans and trash and old food and random crap like in layers and layers, like that kind of thing, right? So, from that perspective, and maybe someone who has like a really curated home will look at my home and feel that way, and there's nothing I can do about it because I'm not going to be keeping my home up to a standard that I can't, right? So, I think that it's a super good question, and something, and it doesn't really have to do with money. I would say it's more about like, of course, for some people it matters a lot with money and how you what you have and own, and then it's really sad that 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 has to be a thing. But I'm just telling myself that that's a matter of insecurity. So when I repaired computers at home like 20 years ago, I got into all kinds of houses. Sometimes I needed to wash everything right afterwards, and it definitely not got anything to do with money. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have anything to do with money, but it's also, there's sort of, I think there's a baseline of the house is hygienic, and then you can sort of, okay, you can go the extra mile of doing something exceptional and making your house really stand out because that's important to you, or you can just go like, well, this is functional and it's clean. So yeah, and yeah, so I think it's a very valid thing if you have some. It's also a matter of whether, like, if it's a family member, I don't know. Um, my partner is also just kind of making fun of me of sort of when I wear like a t-shirt that's clearly been washed way too many times and maybe has holes in it, um, or like wearing my shoes until they sort of fall apart, And she's like, you can afford to buy new stuff. And they're like, yeah, but I don't bother. I have a pair of shoes and they work and I'm going to wear it until they fall apart and then I'm going to buy a new pair of shoes because I only have 2 feet. So why do I need more pairs of shoes? And that's just how I, there we go. That was, it for us. Got a little bit too playful. But poor heavily used is different to, I think the bacteria colonies are hours away from inventing a rocket. Yep. You're minimalistic and that's alright. Yep. And I also like live in a, I don't know. It's not exactly the projects, but it kind of is, but for old people. So, and that's just like I'm fine. I don't bother with the hassle of moving and dealing with all that. That's just not fun. So, yeah. So I think it's a great question. I think it's a great point to raise. How I feel about it. So I think that the conclusion should be new potential friends through kids. Okay. Then I would focus on cleanliness, like, and if you want to sort of make it look nice, it doesn't. I think also like trying to display wealth you don't have is not a great thing. Why do we not have that coming in? Oh, it was just coming in. That was just getting built. Like when you sort of try too hard to make your house look nicer than it is, then or you sort of you come to someone and this is a classic thing. This is the ultimate test of, or not test, but indicator that someone is super pretentious. On the nightstand, they have James Joyce Ulysses with a bookmark halfway through. That is just, yep. This, because no one has read that book. It's fucking boring. But if you want to look like you're a literary person, you want to display that you are reading it because it's one of those you should have read that. Oh, have you read it? No. Oh, I'm working my way through it. Yeah. Good luck. Yeah. So that's more impressed with Terry Pratchett. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. That's it. Better to just ignore and let the moderator take out. I'm heavily literary. I have Dan Brown and Anne Rice and Dean Koontz on my bedside table. Am I not fancy enough? I would actually, here now I get to become a snob. Dan Brown, Anne Rice, Dean Koontz, but Dan Brown is not a good look, in my opinion, because Dan Brown is a supermarket book. It's a book that is we'll make a joke about it. Right. And like, it is, Dan Brown is fast food, in my humble, illiterate opinion. It is, okay. So what so all the Dan Brown books are just masturbation. He is just fantasizing about how cool he would be every single time. Every single one of his book is about this nerdy middle-aged man who just happens to be brilliant, more brilliant than everyone else, and all the young chicks love him. Like, is that a fantasy? It's like they're fun, they're great. Yeah, I also eat at McDonald's, but I mean, I'm not gonna call it fine cuisine, am I? Personally, you would expect their bookship. Oh, absolutely. Da Vinci Code is pretty. I've read them. at some point after book number 3, it's like, dude, he's just fantasizing about how he wants to be. um, do you always talk about sex? I talk about Dan Brown, literary. So I think that if you have, in my opinion, like of course you gotta have Lord of the Rings. That is a fixture on any bookshelf, and then you can sort of like there are things that sort of okay, like is it nerdy culture or is it more pop culture, or like if you say like stuff like Anne Rice, Dean Koontz, Dan Brown, like okay, that's popular culture. If you have Terry Pratchett, or then it's more funny nerdy, or if it's like oh you got the Asimov Foundation, like oh okay yes. Or if you have 2 meters of Horus Heresy books, all 31 books, they'll go like, that's a bit much, isn't it? A full expanse, yeah, the full expanse. Like that's just because what I'm like because I'm not reading real books. Like if you have Jane Austen, they'll go like, yeah, okay, so you're literary. If you have the Ulysses lying on the nightstand with the bookmark halfway through, and like, now that's pretentious. And Frank Herbert, that's the kind of books that I would resonate with, and sort of like a fellow nerd. Yeah, and Harry Potter is also fine if you're a millennial, because that is the Bible for millennials. Oh, Earthsea fan, yeah, Ursula K. Le Guin, absolutely brilliant. Thoughts on the 3 bodies? Oh, I'm finding the second one a little tedious. Oh, it absolutely is. I completely agree. Again, I love 3 body problem, but the second and the third are kind of tedious. But when you're done with them, they become better. So, and I would abstract that to, is it Hamilton? Peter Hamilton, The Reality Dysfunction, which is the other way around, where you enjoy reading it, and afterwards you're just left with a sense of betrayal for wasting your life. While 3 Body Problem is the other way around, where it's like, where's this going? It's kind of, I don't know. I'm not going to spoil it. So, but it's like, where's this leading? But afterwards you go like, that's so unique. That's so weird. Like, oh wow. That's how I feel about my favorite sci-fi. Teen Wolf, yeah. If you say you don't like the Narnia book, I might cry. I will say one thing about Narnia, and then I'll say a hell of a lot more about Narnia. It's a fucking Jesus lion. Are you fucking kidding me? That is the stupidest thing ever. I hate Narnia. It's so stupid. I think it's contemporary to Tolkien. Sorry, I can't just say one thing. You triggered me. It's a Jesus lion. It's like, here's the thing. We take these 4 kids and we bring them into this magic world because they have to save the world, and they go through all sorts of things, and people die, and massive battles, and so epic. And then the Jesus line comes in and goes like, poof, I fixed it. So what's the fucking point of the rest of the plot if he's just fixing it anyway? Like, it's so frustrating. Like, what's the point? It like, and I'm like, the storytelling and the weird thing about sort of mixing mythological creatures and Santa Claus and all that stuff. Like, I can cope with that, but the whole idea of like, it's just building up this epic proportion, and the good guys are losing. Oh no, it's gonna be sad. Oh no, can they really? Hey, Jesus Lion, woohoo! All is good. Oh, why did you have to wait until the final battle to do all of this? Couldn't you just have done that like in the beginning? Yeah, Aslan Ex Machina. That's the thing that's my gripe with it, and I can't really sort of get out of. Love watching the movies with my kids, but when they were younger, and it was like a good adventure and sort of lighthearted. But that part is a little bit weird. Have you read The Mistborn? No, I've been wanting to it. Yeah, I know C.S. Lewis. They were part of the what was that? What was that? The club called? Yeah, I really want Mistborn. This has so much. Why didn't they fly the eagles to Mordor? Energy. It does. It does. Yeah, and you can always defend it, and I can also defend why they didn't take the eagles to Mordor, but still, it's it's just kind of frustrating when you sort of see it and go, like, really, is that how it works? So yeah, so I kind of just can't really get behind the Narnia books because they are so allegorical and they are so ham-fisted Christianity propaganda, and I just don't like it. So, end result will be a talk with the wine in the evening, right? Hmm? Here's a quick one about your designs. Why switch to substations, city blocks, and why did switch from the pattern when you have put undergrounds one tile away from it's big? Yeah, the one tile away versus that was actually on novice where it frustrated me that I had the signs that I had done with red signs, and then they were one away, and then I actually wanted them to build them with yellow signs, and then they couldn't connect anyway. And I was like, that's so frustrating. So I was like, okay, just get everyone to be 4 tiles away, because then it works with yellow signs and it works with, yellow belts and it works with red belts. So instead of sort of hard coding them to always be, oh, you must use red belts at this point. Because for example, something like this, you can build this with yellow belts if you want. You can build this with yellow belts. You can also build it with red belts. But if I start forcing you to must build it with red belts, then I feel like I'm taking away a bit of design choice. So that's why I did that design. The reason why I switched to substation is because this is, I mean, I like the star pattern, but I think there's more. It's a simpler pattern on novice with this. Plus, there's also quite a lot of space that's actually now automatically powered. And if you want to power the whole thing, it only takes 4 here in the middle. Then the whole grid is powered, which is also kind of neat. It gives more space to other builds. So this is why I changed it here. I think this is a nicer pattern, but once I have established a pattern on Novice, I don't feel I want to change it. It's too much work. I really like his Dark Materials, but yeah, I I watched the I watched the movies, but I like the idea of his Dark Materials. I really like the concept of it. But what I found was that the premise of having these demons is something that no writer can keep track of what that would impact the world. And therefore, it kind of becomes like the world is exactly like our world, but people have a pet. And that's just not feasible. There would be so many things that would be different when there are all these pets around, and and I can't figure it out, but it just it just keeps coming up with examples where it's like, that doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't be, and how would you deal with that? And are they with you on the toilet? Or like, how can you, what do you talk to them? How much personality? What is this? Can they talk to each other? Like, there's so many like situations that are sort of unresolved because in when you're writing a book, you can sort of just, if you don't have an answer, you can just go around it and no one will ever ask the question. But as a reader, I just, yeah, you could fly the eagles through the plot holes in that, and that's why I'm uh, with his Dark Materials. Wheel of Time, I never got into it. I think that it's actually one of my friends who ruined it for me. He had been burned by reading all of the all the books, and then the author died before finishing the last one, and he had sworn off that he was like, I will never read an unfinished series until the author dies, because that will never happen again. Yeah, Brandon Sanderson finished the series, yeah, and whether that's good or bad, I don't know. The other Herbert building onwards on Dune series is certainly not a good thing. Jun Chikosky, I just recently picked up Children of Strife. Nope, never heard of it. Malson Mistborn's... I guess that's Stormlight Archive. Yeah. What I enjoy in his books, they are really consistent. Any uniqueness of the world has impact on all aspects of life. Yeah, I also I've watched a lot of Brandon Sanderson's YouTube videos. He has some really good perspectives on storytelling and world building and stuff like that. Hello, Ghost of Phoenix, thank you for 33 months. And I wanted to read it, but I'm just also a little bit sort of intimidated by sort of the prospect of these long series of just getting into it. The same if you're like, oh, you should read Discworld. It's like, oh, cool, Discworld, 26 books. How the fuck do I get started on this? Color of Magic. But still. I don't know, Jordan wrote the ending before he passed, yeah. Discworld reads fast. Yes, it does. I tried reading the first Stormlight book and hated it. I gave up about 350 pages in. Yeah. I'm reading Color Mag literally right now. Yeah. I think that's a good place to start. I mean, I don't know if it's the best place to start, but I think that's like it is very, very Terry Pratchett-ish. Like it's yeah. Pleased to see the Volcanus rocket fuel block. Yep. Yeah, it's not very good. There's a YouTube video coming on Thursday because the one we have here is a mix block. But the actual rocket fuel, this build is brilliant. Like this little unit here. It's insanely good. Really, really compact. Very, very dense and very well balanced. So. Is the audiobook a different book? Sometimes, like, I think that I remember trying to read Dune and I failed. And then I listened to it on audiobook and it was much better. And I think the reason why it was so much better on audiobook was when I read it, you look at where it says on page 1, the Kwisatz Haderach, and you're like, I have no idea how to pronounce that. And then I start skipping the words that I don't know how to pronounce. And then after a while, they go like, there's like 10 words that I don't recall, don't know how to pronounce, can't tell which one is what. And now I kind of lost the sense of the world. So having an audiobook with someone who is consistent about how to read it and maybe even did a little bit of research, that just makes it a lot more easily digestible for someone like me. So, yeah, we're not going to go into a food discussion now. I'm going to wrap up now. So, why I won't read Game of Thrones, because it really doesn't look like, yeah, George R. R. Martin is going to finish it. I mean, how can he? Like, let's be honest. Like, anything, the books and the series have split, and some places they contradict, some places the story has been is told in a different direction, and then you sort of, he starts writing again from the, let's say that he could sort of forget the TV show and then start writing from where his own ideas were about where the story was going. Then we would, as readers, still have a perception of Tyrion or Jaime or um, any of them based on the show, and would sort of be rolling back, and then they would not end up in the same place that they ended up in the show, hopefully. And it would just feel weird, even though it's his characters and this is an interpretation and continued development. But I just feel that that's done. He should write other stories. That I completely understand the writer's block he's facing. Yes. Maybe he is waiting till people forget the TV show ever happened. I think that it's much more valuable if he wants to write more, then continue the damn A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Like, it's so frustrating where they start up and there are some good stories, and then it's go like, oh, and the following books will continue the story of Egg, and then I was like, but you didn't publish anymore. This is like 10 years ago and you haven't published anymore. Come on, chop chop. Focus on that instead, because that's not a story that's ruined by D&D. Yeah, Dunk and Egg. Yeah. Dunk the Lunk. And I would also I can also imagine that with so many series going on and him being involved as a creative thing, then that's probably gonna take. He's not a young person anymore, so maybe that's just taking all of his capacity for A Song of Ice and Fire and Westeros just being the creative, the council on these stories, and I think they're great. I love A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I love House of the Dragon. I think this story pacing in House of the Dragon is really weird. Sometimes it's way too fast, and other times it's way too slow. And it's like, you could have taken all the shit that happened in the first episode, and because nothing has happened in the last 3 episodes, maybe you could have stretched it out so that it wasn't the first episode was like so busy, and the next episodes were so dull. Like there are some pacing problems, but the characters, the acting, the scenery, the story, all of it is brilliant. But the pacing is weird. When is the next Factorio Day? That's gonna be on Sunday. So, we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you. Today's bonus hour was a book rant hour. Yeah, it was, but I liked it. But we also had, we did some work, but it was more book rant. But it kept me awake at least. And I think it's also because we've now done this, and the next thing is Gleba. And for all you Gen Xers out there, Ross's daughter's first word. Because us Gen Xers, we apparently always quote Friends. Yeah. Procrastinating. So next stream it's gonna be like, well, maybe we should go back and do some factories in space. Yeah. So I guess it's such a butt-faced planet. Wow, what a deep and thoughtful analysis. Yeah, we're gonna be to have you design Gleba for me. Sort of good to see you. Yeah, we're gonna be doing Gleba just next time, and then we'll just see. Luckily, we have masterclass blueprints to lean on. Hopefully, we can lean on them. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you for the hype train, and I'm heading on vacation, but I am at least having 2 and hopefully 3 videos for the rest of the week ready for you. So yeah, hope that will be satisfactory. And also, we are going to be taking a save game. So if you are a Patreon supporter, then you can, where was that? That's there, 28. You will get that save game, and I will upload it immediately. There. Let's see. It's better to do it while online. There. It is now being uploaded, and it should be there in less than a minute. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you guys on Sunday. Good night. Take care and stay effective.